Pathfinders.
Do you want to build a home, man? Wait.
We are now live. Thank you for that.
I don't have to build a home, man. I'm married to one.
Welcome.
Hey! Welcome back to this apparently very special episode of Thanks for Playing, where we're actually going to play Pathfinder again.
Or are we?
I certainly hope so, because that's what I prepared for. I have dice, I have cookies, I have soda. I really hope it's Pathfinder.
I have ducky dice. See?
You do. You do.
Rubber ducky dice.
Yeah. They're so cute. They're so
to remind everyone, because last week's episode was obviously not Kingmaker, on the last episode of Pathfinder, Thanks for Playing, our intrepid heroes got together and traveled out and had some weird experiences in the snow at night, including tiny girlish giggles that terrified our good brawler, Kana, only to discover it was actually two seemingly harmless little cutie fae, like a little grasshoppery lady and a little fat happy dragon. And then they revealed they probably murdered somebody, and we're on our way to find the corpse. So, good times.
Yeah.
And that's where I left off.
And that is why our today's title is titled "Where the Dead Things Are."
Valid. So, with that in mind, let's get started, shall we? Sorry, my first thought was, and then we found a corpse! So, welcome to Thanks for Playing! Welcome back, everybody! Hi! Hello! Jazz hands!
Jazz hands.
Yeah,
Sparkle hands.
Close enough. Thank you. There's a vague attempt at a jazz hand.
By the way, I played Animal Crossing the other way, and they have sparkly, jazzy hands.
I know, it's one of my favorite things. I like ta-da.
I like to sit. The sit is adorable, too.
I like to sit in real life.
Awkwardly.
So, with that in mind, let's get started, shall we? So, you guys were with dear old Tig and Pearlavash, who had volunteered to lead you through the deep, deep, dark, deep, dark, dark, deep, dark forest. Wasn't that deep, wasn't that dark, but if you ask them, it's deep, deep, dark, deep, dark, 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 deep, dark. To go find the body of a big, mean Bigginses. Sorry, a big, mean Bigginses. And they were leading you along with Tig, the grasshoppery cricket lady, riding on our rogue and holding onto her hair sticks.
Yeah.
And Pearlavash be like, no, I can do it, no. And then is like, I want to ride. Because he is built like a bumblebee. It doesn't make sense that he can fly.
But he does, and it's adorable, and we love him.
But welcome to magic.
Yes.
The magic. The not so... Wait.
And they're probably singing, some nonsensical little song, much like children do. Where it's,
I don't need the willow, man. Sorry.
No, it's kind of the fairy version of the shark song.
Baby shark, do.
No, not that one. No.
Thank God.
No, not Baby Shark. No, this, Sharky, Sharky, from the anime. From Sweetness and Light. Anyway.
Yeah, that one. That's so
It's just a tiny toddler singing about avoid the shark. Don't eat me, sharky. My toes are not made of knobs, kind of thing. Except it's not shark, it's tasselworm. It's much harder to say. And rhyme with. Anyway.
Sakura's tail's going to swish in time with the beat of whatever song that they're singing.
But they go along, and for reference, you guys are headed one hex to the left. And that is supposedly one hex to the left to go find the body that they promised it was totally an accident. They totally accidentally killed this dude.
Totally accidentally.
They were just trying to play a prank, and it went
Yeah.
horribly right.
On it.
Probably. Totally an accident. Anyway,
Totally not.
I don't know what you're talking
Involuntary manslaughter.
about. Anyway.
Those words haven't been invented yet.
Indeed. Now, you will not be able to get there same day.
Mm-hmm.
It will take you until tomorrow to reach it.
Okay.
But you can get basically right on the border between the two. But by the end, by camping in that evening, obviously Tig and Pearlavash have assumed they will be camping with you because they're your guides. And why wouldn't you want them to camp with you and do weird things in the night? Maybe.
That I will make sure that there is a nice, comfy, fluffy tail for them to sit on and sleep on, if they so choose. Because, to be honest, Sakura's still reeling with joy that she gets to meet and talk and be with Faye for a while. Like, storybook Faye. No offense, Siren. Like, you're a lot bigger than what she expected from Faye.
Yeah, I think Saren would be offended to be like fawned over in the way that you are fawning over Faye. So
I just love the imagery though of just, you're not like the other Faye.
Also, I love that everybody has blankets on their laps because it's so cold.
Welcome
Dan,
to
are you
winter.
freezing? Are you freezing?
Meanwhile, I have a fan.
Yeah, I was gonna
Go warm.
Everyone, transfer your cold to Diana like in an anime with all our magic.
Yeah. This is why California's the best coast.
No.
Eh,
Because think of your summers and,
no comment.
the fires. The always
San
fires.
Francisco has nice weather.
Yeah, San Francisco is
Yeah.
nice. LA, no. LA is 109, 110.
I love Texas for a reason. Anyway, that reason was I got married to get the hell out.
Oh, is that why you married Husbando?
I mean, it was a bonus. There were other reasons. There were other things worth leaving, okay? But Texas Summers was one of them. Anyway, so you go trekking along. There is no random encounter because there was an event. Welcome to it. Huzzah!
Yeah.
And
But would you guys like to do anything during the day? Or do you just trek until evening and then prepare yourselves for a rest?
conversation with Pearlavash.
What was that? Sorry?
I already had my conversation with Pearlavash.
You did.
I'm just gonna note that I'm constantly watering my vest, obviously, every night.
You just
Good.
flop in the snow, roll around a couple times, and you're good.
Actually, I specified that would not be enough. We already asked that question.
Yeah.
She tried that, so.
I'm just thrilled you're not killing him with the cold.
Not yet.
Right?
It is
Not
only
yet
November.
Because, yeah, because tonight it will only be getting down to 36, so it's not quite freezing yet. Now, when it starts getting down to 20-something, there might be holes involved. But at 36,
I do have a question. Would Hana and Sakura have to make those rolls since we're
Yes.
resistant to cold?
it gives you a bonus,
Okay.
but resistant to cold is more resistant to cold damage. That doesn't mean you can't get cold. And this is a sustained thing over many hours.
True. Gotcha.
So whereas, if you took cold damage, 5 points of cold damage, that's an instantaneous, hey, this happens. But if you're taking 1 point of cold damage per hour for 8 hours, you're still fucking cold.
Yeah.
That's why stuff like bear strength doesn't work when you're trying to avoid environmental damage. Because bear strength is rated in minutes, while environmental damage is considered over a 24-hour period.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it will not keep you from getting cold, but you'll probably be a little more comfortable than other people. But only a bit. Because it's also only 5 points.
I'm just thinking of my upstate New York thick skin that my sister still harasses me about. Miss, I don't wear a coat in winter. And wear sandals in winter.
Dumbass.
It doesn't bother me. I don't get that cold. Now, this winter is particularly cold, but just because my heater broke twice this year. Yeah. Anyways.
Anyway, speaking of cold, let's pretend cold. Just like
Here, let me turn off my heater for maximum
I was gonna
effect.
say it's just method acting.
Burn. Sure.
Burr. Burr. So, Mayan already has conversation with Pearlavash and such. Asaki is just delightedly singing along and enjoying the company of, oh my god, they're fairies.
Cute fairies, not fairies like syrup.
Saren is not being at all bothered about not being like the other fae.
Genuinely not.
I know.
I
Not
would.
like- I'm not like the other fae.
I will start off the guard shift tonight
Okay.
when we set up camp.
I want to make dinner.
Since it's not the new moon.
Speaking of which, for your reference, because you asked me before, and I actually have the calendar in front of me, husbando, you guys are on the 25th of the month. Oh, wait, no, yeah, you are, but different month. There we go. On the 28th will be a full moon.
I thought you said we were headed towards a new moon.
I thought you were. I was wrong. You're headed towards a new moon. Or a full moon, sorry.
So is it the full moon that you have to sleep, or is it the new moon you have to sleep?
The new moon I get to rest. The full moon I stay up.
Okay.
So, but yes, you are on your way to a full moon. My apologies for the confusion. Alright, so we got Maine for first shift. Who do we've got for second shift?
We'll take second shift.
Okay.
I'll take
I'm gonna
last.
stay up through the first shift to get to my second shift because I don't want to go to sleep. Like
Okay.
real life.
I'm going to take the last shift because by the end of my shift, I'll start preparing breakfast.
Okay.
I'll do third shift.
And
Hey,
it looks
that
like
means-
Darren gets the night off.
Yep.
Sarah gets the night off. She can sleep.
Yes, it will be great.
Fae tent. So, alright, I've got that noted. Yeah. Dinner comes. What would you like to prepare or attempt to prepare there?
I'm going to do another stew. Most of the meals are gonna be like a pot stew, just because that's easy to make in a batch for
Okay.
while we're traveling. But this one, she's going to pull back a bit more of the meat and do more fruits and vegetables, like a tomatoey minestrone type of soup instead of just like beef stew.
The two fairies, of course, will be joining you.
She's keeping that in mind and remembering because of Saren that they don't quite really like meat, so more veggies and more vegetarian type of a diet today. In courtesy of our guests.
Pearlavash, I note that you are a member of the Grand Dragon species. Would you like to be a member that enjoys carnivorous pursuits?
Pearlavash looks down at the chunk of meat that he is. Are you asking this pre-dinner? I should say.
Pre-dinner.
Pre-dinner. Pearlavash would say.
I gotta get that protein.
You believe in the 3 Ps, don't you?
I need it for my gains.
I
Hello,
can tell. You
Pearlavash.
do lots of the 3 P's.
Protein.
Push-ups.
Push-ups. Push-ups.
Pterodactyl.
What that?
Don't worry. It's parts of the 3 Ps.
Wait, what's the third one?
Pterodactyl.
Okay.
No.
He has fingers.
Little stubby claws.
So like protein. Push-ups. Pearlavash. What's a push-up?
I would pay money to see Pearlavash do a push-up.
Bash. Let's work on your game.
Okay.
I think as this
Yeah.
is going on, Connor's just watching this and just like quietly laughing to herself.
I want my wings to get big.
Flex his
That's-
wings.
I don't think you need to worry about size for your wing.
I always worry about size.
Well, that's another issue. But let us work on the size of your forearms and foreleg.
Can fix that.
And you just watch Pearlavash just suck in air. It looks like a Kirby moment because Pearlavash literally like inflates like a Kirby until he's almost perfectly round.
You're
He looks like
doing
that. He looks like that. Those videos, they're like the French animals, and it's like on the savannah, and all of them are like perfectly round like balloons. That's basically what Pearlavash does.
I know the image I want to draw now. I want to draw an inflated Pearlavash and then an overstuffed Arkai just sitting next to each other, mimicking each other.
You are doing wonderful, Pearlavash.
I think Kana's gonna chime in. If you're worried about wingspan, you might want to do some wing stretches. Might help.
Okay.
I do what I can to search around for dry wood and twigs for the fire.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
You may get further with that endeavor.
Oh, Nevi, you know what I just
16 on the roll.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a forest. You can certainly find one. A lot of it will be damp because of the snow.
But they're not good as Saren's stick.
And,
And
oh, cool.
Nothing is.
I rolled a 17 for my perception for watch.
I will keep that in mind.
Nevi, you know what I just thought of?
Right.
So we could use our tails to keep ourselves warm.
Oh,
I mean,
tunics done.
I helped set up the camp for the girls. And I helped set up my own location because, you know, respectful, gentlemanly thing.
Kana just be like, I can do this myself. Don't need your help. Go away.
Saren feels the same way, but doesn't actually say anything because he's happy to not do.
Kana wants to express that she is an independent woman and she can do it herself.
So Cora will thank you for your help, especially since she's a bit busy doing dinner. But she, like, once the pot's on, she'll actually, try setting up her tent, and she'll appreciate the help.
Wait,
Thank
Mai,
you.
are you making your own separate fire?
No.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, then I won't do something.
Pearlavash helps carry sticks. Actual representation of size of stick.
You're such a lovely helper. Thank you.
At one point, Pearlavash like lands, is like,
Kana's gonna give him like a gentle
and just
pat on
starts
his head.
inflates and starts rolling instead.
I think I would have told RK to go have fun and learn from these two magnificent beasts.
I was gonna say after dinner, you just see RK like face to face with Pearlavash, and they look like two cats checking each other out, and Arcane's like, eh. Pearlavash looks in.
I could watch that all day.
They just kind of creak at each other for about an hour straight.
And that's my meditation hour.
Just watching them just creak at each other.
What does Tig do during all of this?
Tig is staying in your hair until you remove her. She likes being tall without having to like fly for it.
She can
Every
stay
once in a
there
while
as
you feel a
long
little
as-
tug as like she's like, wait, go this way. And like tugs the hair sticks a little bit to like drive you. Like a big flesh mech.
She will comply to the extent that is safe enough for her to comply to, like as long as, you know.
It's not walking off a cliff or into a tree or
Yeah.
yeah, no, nothing like that. She doesn't. It's more of a you start going to the left, and conveniently she's like, wait, no, go this way, and tugs you to the left anyway.
Oh, okay.
But it was totally her idea, not yours. It's not quite full Ratatouille here.
Okay.
So there may be moments when you're cooking that she's like, wait, no, grab that one over there.
If she gives directions like that, as long as it's not something poisonous or bad, she will put it in the stew.
There's definitely some, wait, no, the roots. And you're like, roots? Yeah, the roots. The roots, okay.
I mean, depending on what the roots are from, maybe.
It's more of a, like, you
She
know
still
how dandelions can be a salad, but they're not a usual salad?
Yeah.
That kind of vibe.
Okay.
Where it's stuff that you recognize as edible, it's not something you normally go for, but, like, she seems excited, and it is edible.
Okay.
So, okay, that kind of vibe.
She'll try to adjust things to make sure that the soup is still palatable for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be slightly different than normal, but it's fine.
Okay.
Nothing crazy. But Tig seems especially excited about those roots and, like, basically, like, hops over to, like, the edge of the pot, doesn't, like, land on it, but doesn't seem particularly bothered, and, like, there's a root, like, sticking out from the soup, and just grabs it, it's like, ooh. With this, root in her hands, it's just like,
They're adorable. I love them. Can we keep them?
and Pearlavash,
I want meat. Please.
Kana's gonna look over to Saki. Got any extra meat that we can just roast on the fire?
I mean, if there's any meat in this stew, you said you were pulling back, but not completely. So.
Yeah.
It's like, I want a chunk. Basically, Pearlavash like, I want beef.
Where are
And-
my meats?
And when she's serving, she'll make sure that Pearlavash gets a lot more meat and less vegetables, and takes those vegetables and puts it in Tig's and Servant's food.
You okay? Okay. Okay.
So,
I want protein.
Protein.
Maine smiles and watches this and would like to pick up a conversation with Kana.
Oh?
I couldn't help but notice you struck up an interesting duel with one of the bandits.
Oh, you're talking about the sparring with Cohen. Yes, what about it?
Yeah, I was curious. What started this? How did you end up having such a great interest in the martial art?
My dad taught me some moves, and for a while I was able to get training, but mostly just learning by myself and all the fights I'd get to. Saki knows what I'm talking about. She had to clean up a lot of cuts and bruises.
Yes, well, it just happened to be quite fascinating. I didn't quite know whether you were going with a more classic style of fighting taught by her prodigious father. It's this big tongue of mine. It's for rolling R's, but it gets so caught up. I really need to figure out where Diana is in the video order so I can shoot those side dies.
To your whatever
where-
side that is.
She's to your left from me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're to my right for me.
And where's Nick?
Um,
Below
I'm
Diana.
On the
That way.
stream, Diana is on your. I don't know which way. Things reverse.
But
In the Discord call, she's right below Diana.
I was curious whether this was a learned art or something that you had refined on your own practice.
Definitely my own style. I could say that. It's not traditional in any other sense.
She
Well,
picked
like
it
you-
up mostly from brawling in the streets.
I have to know how to defend myself. Being a part of the more daintier side of a woman is not my favorite.
Well,
Yeah, I have to. When you say that, I kind of like. 'Cause I assume we're all talking, like we're all sitting in the same area, and you're just like engaging in conversation, right?
Yeah.
So, Ami is just like, and she says this in a way to be positive. It's like, but there's nothing dainty about you.
Oh, I know. I know there's not. But when I mean by the daintier part of it is the stuff my sister takes pride in, what she can do. I cannot.
I don't
And
know, have her own
she
special
kind of twirls her spoon around. I inherited our mother's grace, and my sister has inherited my father's brawl.
and I believe that makes you both the better for it.
I have no
They say
complaint.
opposites attract. Your father, he must have married a wonderful woman.
You married the best.
I don't have much memory of our mom, to be honest.
From the way she smiles and cooks, one of the best.
I want a sense motive.
Go for it.
Just so
Go for it, Diana. See what happens.
the way he's talking, I'm just like, what are you getting at here?
Ami is like convinced that there is something.
There's something up here.
Yeah, no, I'm
19.
clearly a mastermind holding everybody at hostage,
100%.
right? No worries. What was that roll?
A 19.
He's smiling kind of wistfully, but he looks like he's got something that's bothering him, and it's not necessarily about their families.
Okay.
But he also seems like restless, like just a little restless right now.
So he's flirting just for the hell of it.
Right, he's
Kind of.
flirting.
I don't think he's flirting.
The way those sentences came off was very.
No, the way the sentence came off is, we're sisters with opposite talents. Well, opposites attract.
And then he finished the thought. It's like, okay. It's
Okay,
like
the
what
rest
he
of the
just
thought-
said. But the rest of what he says is like, to Ami, it's like, this guy is trying to, because when you're trying to flirt with one sister, you do it by complimenting the other sister.
Noted.
That's
I will
a
keep
whole
that in
thing I didn't
mind
even
for my
know
pickup artist lines.
Well, if
For
you
the
sense
first-
motive, I think part of that would be that maybe like the layer of flirtatiousness that you were seeing might not be there if it wasn't intended, right?
It could be just how he talks might seem naturally flirtatious.
It's the accent.
Yards.
Those Russian gangsters.
Oh my god.
It
Exactly.
is that why it seems that Tony's always flirting?
No, Tony's
Yeah.
flirting.
No,
Yeah,
Tony's not being.
obviously
Tony is
flirting.
heavy-handed with it.
Yeah, this is more like subtle, like not to make it obvious, but just to like gauge, like, kind of
What's
like, you know.
what's there? But while this whole conversation is going on, Saren has their paper out and is subtly just writing down everything that's being said for each of these people because they got
Yes.
stories to tell about their travel companions.
Yes. Quite interesting you train like that. Have you considered maybe sparring with your sister?
No, not really.
Have you sparred with the others?
Well, no, since I was knocked out on me a few days ago. No.
Yeah, we really don't
And
need a repeat of that.
And Saren, I don't want to hurt her either.
I mean,
So who could hurt me?
I wouldn't mind sparring.
I mean, I
again.
almost
I
decked
just
Ami
probably
out. I
should.
don't want to do that to you. I don't know what's gonna happen if I hit you. You're a lot smaller than Ami.
That's true.
I
Sparring with
almost
your
lost
fist
it.
and my magic wouldn't really be an even
It wouldn't be an even thing.
sparring, but Ami and I could probably spar sometime.
Oh yeah, that would be interesting to watch. See you two go at it.
We'll get there eventually.
One does
We'll have
one
to warm up eventually.
One does have to wonder, though. Know that magic can be quite taxing. Would that be wise while we're on the road, though?
I wouldn't say we'd have to do it while we're traveling. It'd be like one of the times when we're like sitting at Oleg's or for like a day or two. Got nothing else to do.
It's true that there are, I guess, more limitations to what can be done, but sometimes you don't need to do as much to make as big of an impact.
Also,
Well-
when Kana mentions the Oleg sitting at Oleg's, her tail kind of twitches.
I think Ami does look at like Saren and is like, and
16 perception, did I notice?
Notice what?
Of course, it's like
the tail twitch?
Okay. I was like, did I notice? I need to roll perception?
yes, the GM always
Yeah,
should roll
the DM
perception.
has to roll perception.
18 on the die, so I think I noticed.
Yeah.
It's more like an agitated, nervous kind of twitch. It's not like an excited, twitch. But there is definitely reaction in her tail that comes when Oleg's is mentioned.
But yeah, when Kuro mentions about like, oh, using up magic, I look at Saren and it's like, does that happen often for you
What do you mean, getting tired?
from your magic?
Well, and I think Saren kind of looks uncomfortable talking about it because they haven't really talked about the details of any of their magic much. And I think they'll kind of plop Awen kind of out. Well, this one kind of tells me, I don't want to be like Arcade tells you things, but it's probably similar. That you know, I have to work up to things and that there's only so many spells I can do a day right now. I'm still learning and all that. And I don't know that many spells either, I guess. We've only been together since we left. It's only been a short time. Not since we left, but since sometime before that.
RK had to block everything for me. I'm only allowed to do a few things right now.
We're kind of the same. You'll unlock more, I'm sure.
Once I prove to RK, you know, I'm ready for it. And of course, when RK is ready to like show off more of their selves.
We'll have a full-blown dragon on our hands.
Exactly. And I think I just like go into eating the stew happily.
It was quite the interesting perceptions. I've heard of magic talks like this. But when I went to schools to study for magic, it was always something within the nature of a person. Years of study, having your powers gifted to you by. And he kind of peers over at Saren and then Ami, gifted to you by these beings. It sounds almost like you may have patrons yourselves.
Technically, I do, I guess, but not in the same sense of your religion, I suppose.
But I care not to pry. It is up to you when you feel comfortable saying. And for many, their patrons are a mystery.
Yes, well, I guess it is kind of strange for both of us in that, I assume that we are sort of magical beings, but I didn't practice magic until this one showed up and I had to go away.
You had to go away.
Well, yes, I had to go with them to start learning.
Oh. For a moment there, I thought it was something more.
Where did you meet? It's probably.
No, it was in this world, but it was just where I was staying.
Where were you staying?
With a friend.
Sense motive. I rolled low enough. I'm assuming you're being evasive because it would appear I might be primed, so I will politely end that train of thought.
Yeah, so Saren is trying not to talk about this thing. But also trying not to. Huh?
Did anyone hear what I had said?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess no one
literally did not hear anything from you.
Say it again.
I said, well, Ami says, I don't have magic. When Saren mentioned us being magical beings.
What do you have? Your hands can burn as magic. Your
do you
familiar
consider this magic? And I point to the fire.
Well, depends on its connection. If it were connected to the prime plane of fire, then yes, it would be indeed a magical fire. If it was maintained in its energy source by the hands of Saren or myself, it would indeed be magic. If Torog himself gifted us this flame via not the natural combustion of the wood, then it would be magic.
But that's the thing, it's the natural combustion. when I create fire or electricity or poison from my arms, it's from me.
Like venom from a
So-
snake?
But wouldn't that count as magic?
Or acid, I think it is. Maybe we'll check. Make sure it's not poison.
By your logic, wouldn't it sounds like to me it's magic. Because not a lot normal people don't just cast fire from their arms or whatever else.
Acid, not poison. That's very different.
Well, for what one person might be magic, could be commonplace for another. I mean, dragons breathe fire and spit acid, and snakes produce venom, and that's natural for them. Maybe
yes,
this is natural for Ami.
This is something I've always had.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. It's because you're.
There's something magical about you that you can do it.
What
That's
shall we
how
call
I-
ourselves? Otherworldly? This isn't our world.
You
I
may
know
not
This isn't my land, but it's the only land I know.
you may not know or see that you're magical, but you probably have some sort of magical capabilities.
Again, what might be magical might just be natural for another. I mean, we're magical, but neither one of us can do any magical traits.
I'd consider your cooking magical, the fact that you're able to do something good out here.
I mean, yeah, Saki can make some mean stuff out of anything, really.
Saki will noticeably grow a shade or two brighter.
I grin at Saki at seeing the shade, like,
You know who would love your cooking?
Oh yeah, Tony will.
Tony does.
She is going
Mighty
to
smiles.
twitch her tail in an annoyed. Of course, if everybody else likes my food, why wouldn't he? That doesn't mean anything special.
Your food is quite delicious, and I believe we should let her have a little bit of peace on the Tony.
Ah, fine.
she won't get any peace once Tony comes back, or once we get back to Tony.
Her ears kind of flatten back to the side of her head, and
I think Kana just goes over and gives her a hug. She's like, I love you, you know it, I don't mean anything. I try to...
Saren's still laughing, but we'll wander away so you can't hear it as much.
why is this happening to me?
Saren goes behind a tree. You can still see her wings sticking out.
They're just moving a little bit as she laughs.
Now
like-
it looks like the tree is laughing.
Ah, the giggling grove.
Yes.
But Mayin finishes up his bowl and takes a moment to grab some clean snow and kind of wipe out his food bowl and, you know, clean off his utensils. I appreciate the fine cooking this evening, Sakura.
Who's Neffy?
Don't mind me.
Oh, put it back! Put it back!
You're very welcome. Thank you for the compliments.
Been a while since I've had something quite distinguished.
I'm sure that this must surely pale to what you're used to, but that is high praise. I'm just happy to see people enjoying what I make.
I could see you totally opening a restaurant with this good food, so see.
But
If such things.
I think it is getting close to time for my shift to start. You should consider bedding down. Kana, Sakura, Saren, Ami, Tig,
Looking over and staring by the tree.
Yeah, Saren will wander back.
and
Anybody got a corner of their tent I can stand in?
Sorry, this one's
Oh my
taken.
If they're that weird about it.
Then Pearlavash looks up from their drink.
Sorry, this one's taken.
so
I would set up my tent to give to Saren because I don't plan to go to sleep during the first watch, even if I'm not officially on first watch.
I set my my shield over my camp setup so it kind of keeps the snow off. And I set my crossbow and I start, kind of walking around to stay warm,
So
keeping an eye on the woods.
Sakura will go about checking to make sure everybody's comfortable and settled in before she turns in herself. Make sure that there's like the campfire is still going on for both warmth and light, right? So she will make sure that there's at least like a pot of hot water on the campfire in case, you need a cup of tea or coffee or something. Something warm to drink. And she will head off to bed. With Tig and possibly Pearlavash if they wish to curl up in her tail.
Alright. So, Maine, you are on first watch.
Yes.
And you rolled a 17, you said. Let's find out what happened. All right.
Mine's a rubber ducky.
Kentucky.
You hear a strange noise in the camp. Kind of a soft, like, squeaking.
A squeak.
Marvin. It is not difficult for you over the next couple minutes to locate the source of the sound. Is Pearlavash snoring?
Yep, that's what I thought.
Your watch otherwise is uneventful. Next is Ami.
And he heads over and nudges Ami. Quite nippy out. You
Ami
need,
just nods.
do you need anything to keep yourself warm?
I have arcade. Arcade is all I need.
Alright. Also, if you haven't noticed, the little dragon snores.
That's such a distracting noise. Yeah. Again, Ami just nods. It's like, good to know. Sleep well, noble.
You too, peasant.
I think, yeah, as he's going back to his tent or his hammock or whatever it is, he gets a snowball in the back. There might have been a tiny little rock in it.
He flips her the Galarian equivalent of the bird. And
It's still just the bird. It's the rock.
sets up.
I saw you were drinking gay. I'm sorry.
Is it sad you say it's the rock and all I want to do is you're welcome?
Yeah. You're welcome. I'm rolling perception, correct?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
John Cena, not The Rock.
Oh,
9.
yeah, sorry.
I'm just.
9. You don't know. I mean, it's a pretty quiet night. There's that weird kind of white noise of the crackling almost of the snow. It's
And
a
the
little
snoring.
breezy.
The snoring.
And the quiet. uh. But probably halfway through when you hear a noise about 10 feet to your right.
Mm-hmm.
So let me double check that. Let me double check that. 10 feet to your right. Okay. That even with your low perception does catch your attention, and you realize there are 5 grayish white wolves creeping up on your camp.
Carol, what are you doing here? Ha.
They look thin. They look hungry. Their heads low.
Point them at the noble.
Right. Can I roll a knowledge nature to figure out if I would know the best course of action?
Go for it.
Okay.
You pushed me
21.
downstairs.
21.
So I just direct them to the noble, right?
At 21, you know that more than likely they were drawn by the fire and the smell of cooking.
Mm-hmm.
They may not necessarily. They're not. It's unlikely that they're necessarily coming to be violent, so much as they're coming to eat. So if you can either satiate them by distracting them or scare them off, you may not have to fight them. But otherwise, they're going to try to eat something.
If there's any leftover like stew, I would like try to like not throw it directly at them, but like in front of them, like not the pot, but like the food, whatever's contained, so that
Yeah, like grab a bowl or something and kind of slop it out, kind of feel. Okay. Yeah. They distract them at first. They kind of jump back, but there is the smell of, even though there's not necessarily a lot of meat in it, it still has like a nice savory, and that does attract them. So they do kind of veer off and start eating the stew out of the snow. It's only a bowl, so it's not a lot, but it at least has distracted them for the moment.
Right. Yeah.
And knowing that works, you could take the time to basically feed them.
Yeah, I think I would do that since I also have the nature soul feat, so just be more in tune with the natural world, kind of like they're not gonna harm us if we just
They're just hungry pups.
Yeah, and so it's over the course basically of the rest of your watch, more or less. You're maybe a few minutes late waking up Kana, but essentially you end up slopping up the rest of the stew. Okay. It will take the rest of it because there's 5 of them. Right. But they seem to be ingesting a lot of snow along with it, so that may also be helping kind of fill them up a little. But they do eventually wander off without too much fuss. They seem mostly confused by you, but they wander off after a while.
And I just looked down at Arcane, like, one day you'll be able to scare them. But I just didn't want them to think I was giving you as food. Even though you're probably tasty, and I give a couple of kisses to Arcane's forehead.
Please don't kiss me.
Emergency reaction.
Right. Yeah, I go and wake up Kana, and let Kana know it's like I fed some hungry wolves. There might be others out there.
And BB, I fed some wolves.
If you see them, make sure you feed them and pet them and love them.
Alright, and she's gonna kind of stretch and yawn and get out of the tent and start her watch.
Hey. Roll me that perception, yo.
Perception.
perception.
That is a 16.
16. Okay.
Yep. I have a -1 to perception, so it's a 17.
Luckily for you, your watch is uneventful.
Mm.
Though you are slightly perplexed that the first instinct of one of your party members, in the face of a bunch of scraggly, hungry, starving wolves, was to feed them stew.
He's like, alright, whatever.
But
It worked.
you already knew Abby was kind of weird, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, to be quite honest, it would have been the reaction that Sakura would have had. So
You also
maybe
know
not
your
that
sister
one.
well enough because that's exactly what your sister would do, and she's weird too.
Legit though,
Yeah.
I think Kara, you would have just gone with the food. I just threw at them. You would have been like, "Here, puppy, puppy, puppy." Like,
Yeah, you would have tried
Yeah.
to like tame them.
Yeah, she
Maybe.
would.
You can
and
be
that-
our Luffy
Don't
friends and
even
I'll
try
feed
to
you every
deny
night.
it. You see it on your face.
Hello, Luffy
I mean,
friends. I will
my
feed you the best
dogs-
dog food.
My dog's full name is Snow the Direwolf Lupton.
I'm just saying. Wolfie, Rachel Ray ain't got nothing on my dog food skills. Exactly. You wake up your sister
Yep.
at the thought of, oh my god, after spending a few minutes going, oh god, yeah, she would like get them as pets. And she'd make them better food. Like, she makes really good food for us. She'd make them better food, though. I know her priorities.
Yeah. It's always animals.
You, I really hope Tony likes dogs and cats and horses.
I hope
And
he likes a
taxolotls.
lot of
And
a lot of
birds.
animals.
And
unicorns.
magical
And-
peacock fey unicorns.
Exactly. And with that thought, you go, I should wake her up. It's her time.
Yep. And kind of just like the annoying sibling thing, just shakes her.
Wake up!
Your turn.
Sakura is going to groan and kind of growl at her sister waking her up like that. Like, Sakura is at least gentler in waking her sister up the first couple of times. Until she doesn't wake up and then it's like an ice bucket out over her, you know. Not doing that in the winter, but she's going to get up slowly, remembering that she has 2 fake creatures on her tail? Or just 1? I can't remember.
2.
Okay.
No, 1.
She's
Because Pearlavash wanted to go hang out in Avi's tent.
okay. She's gonna gently scoop up Tig and carry her out, or they out into the camping area, and
Tig does sleepy little cricket noises. Like little chirps.
she'll sit her in the lap because she's worried that if she wakes up, she might tumble off her head. And at least this way, you know, they're in her lap. But she'll curl her tail up and then, like, sit the tail in her lap and then take on top of the tail.
Roll me that perception, yo.
Uh-oh.
A 16. Unless I'm
Okay.
detecting a trap.
I'm aware
Or
you're
trying-
not.
Or trying to see shiny things. Are there any shiny things for me to see?
Other than the snow.
No, but with that perception check, you do notice distant from you. Not so to see you can't hear them or anything, but quite a ways away. You hear slow, almost drum beats, but they sound muffled. And there's like 3 separate drums.
Are they in a specific pattern? Like,
They seem offbeat. Like none of them are beating together.
okay, so they're like grouped up together, but not like I'm trying to decipher as a player. Is it like 2 drums communicating over long distances,
No.
sort of thing, or okay?
No. In the same area, but not playing the same song, sort of thing. But it's a steady just boom, 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 sort of beat.
Okay.
And you do hear a scattering of birds.
Does it sound like it's coming closer to us, or like?
No, It sounds like it's heading it's parallel with you. It does not seem to be getting closer or further at the moment. Not in a, like, it's not coming towards you or away from you.
Okay.
It's kind of parallel to you.
She will kind of like curve her ears towards that direction just to keep like an eye on it. She is going to kind of spread out the fire a little bit so it dims, so they're not so attracted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Noticeable.
This early in the morning, you are starting to see some sunrise.
Mm-hmm.
It's still very, very early by the time you're hearing this. So it's not bright out, but it's no longer pitch black.
Yeah.
Nighttime, but this is later in your shift. This is probably hour 3, basically. So shortly before the sun is really going to be up and about.
She'll also listen in on this noise and trying to discern if it's moving or not.
Oh, it is traveling.
Okay.
It is definitely moving. You're starting at, like, as you wait, it's slow, but over the next few minutes, if it's parallel, you're kind of hearing it do one of these, and it's slowly starting to
Okay.
get away.
Once it does start fading further away, she'll give it a little while, but she'll stop breakfast basically later than she normally would because she doesn't want to attract attention. The last thing she wants to do is to have a fight in the middle of trying to cook everybody breakfast.
Eat my oatmeal!
That's no oatmeal! You're wasting food! What?
Look, if it protects your party, I don't consider that food waste.
Fair enough.
Battle bread, friend. But yeah, over the next, 20, 30 minutes, eventually you're hearing it fully fade off where you feel safe enough to go ahead and start some of the cooking.
Yeah. And she's just gonna make a porridge oatmeal kind of thing with some
and so luckily you're
honey
able to kind of start with the boiling of the water part first.
Mm.
So even then you feel safe starting with that because it doesn't smell like anything anyway.
Yeah.
And Tig wakes up, not that long. Once basically you start adding ingredients so it smells like more than hot water, Tig starts stretching all the legs all the way out.
Tig, I have a question for you.
What's up?
Have you heard drumming in the woods before?
Yeah, there's lots of drums.
Who makes the drumming sounds?
Oh, there's, some of the other fae do it. Sometimes some of the tribes do it. Sometimes people just do it for fun. I drum. I go, especially when Pearlavash gets big. I drum on his belly.
Yeah. She does give an amused chuckle. Have you heard this? And she'll try to mimic the drum sounds as best as she can remember.
As you're mimicking it, you realize that they were very steady, even though they weren't in sync with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Roll, I'll say an just a straight intelligence check.
Mm-hmm. 8.
Yeah, they're real steady drums.
Does Tig know anything about that?
Basically, she just says that there's a lot of things that drum in the forest. Lots of different drums.
They were moving, though. Does that narrow it down? Drumming while moving?
Were they sticky stomps?
No, I don't think so. It didn't sound like walking. It sounded like drums. The drum beats were moving.
No.
Might be the Weller Man.
You're still asleep, Noble.
Oh, I know.
So are you, peasant.
DM gives a snowball in the face.
I can go take a look. There, I'm good at looking.
Will you be very careful?
Yeah.
You can be very careful and very quick. I'll make sure you get extra berries.
Okay. Zoom.
And does the grasshopper wing noise. And you see her. Only takes a good 10. Well, let me double check their movement speed real quick before I go saying, you know. Oh, it only takes. They are mole. They're a wee thing. Yeah, they are wee. So how fast can you go, friend? Oh, where's your movement speed? There you go. Yeah, it does take them a bit. But they do have like a 40-foot speed with not great flying. But since they're kind of doing like a leapfrogging thing, it kind of works.
Okay.
So a bit later, not like within the hour. How's that? Okay. Within the hour, Tig comes back. He's like, I ran fast.
Did. And she'll have a bowl ready that is like the entire top of the bowl is like filled with berries.
They were sticky stuff.
They were?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Big.
It must have been big. What was it? Do you know?
Maybe.
Well, could you describe it? Maybe I would know by the description.
Yeah. They're big and sis, but they're bigger big and sis. And they're green, and they have really mean faces with lots of teeth. They're and their noses up like this. And they got big pointy ears up here. They go whoosh. And they got claws. And they got toes.
Ah. Sorry.
And they're big. And they got fuzz on their backs. Lots of hair. It's like...
I, as a player, don't know. I want to say like a troll or a ogre.
Troll or orc, I would think. Yeah.
That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Big green.
Or pigmen. Green pigmen.
You could roll a knowledge nature to see if you could figure it out.
I don't have nature trained.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Maybe you can ask your party members when they wake up.
Yeah.
When you wake them up.
Or when you wake them up and you slop.
I mean,
you
food.
slop hot porridge on their face and go, "What was it?"
The food is cooked. And she'll gently try to waft the smell of food in the direction of the tents.
Tig shoves 2 blueberries like simultaneously into their face.
Yeah, I think I wake up. I think I had I did like rope myself, but I think I had with Saren there. I think I actually had a better sleep than anticipated. It's like the coldness and all that, and a little amped up about like I got to feed wolves. That's cool. Like,
by the way, did Kana tell Sakura about the wolves?
No.
The fact that now 2 of your party members have got to play with animals.
Yes. I'm gonna be happy about that.
But you got Tig in your hair.
Yes.
And sleeping in your tail. So, like, consolation prize.
Best prize. Not constellation. Best prize. I win.
I think
Yuri still doesn't like you. Go ahead, Sarah.
Saren, they kind of woke up as the world started to wake up a little bit. Like they kind of naturally do that, and so they take Awen out of but they were probably nestled on the floor next to them and kind of sit them up on their shoulder and do their normal morning meditations. And I think when they're done, they just kind of
Saren's awake.
Yeah, pretty much. So I think when they're done though, they kind of just almost sit down and just kind of lounge and wait for Ami to get up. Like, rather than kind of leaving, which would probably be the more polite thing to do, they're just kind of like, eh.
And Pearlavash is like sitting in the corner just watching you meditate.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hi.
how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Pearlavash?
Hungry.
Saki might have food for you.
I know, but I'm the man of the tent, and so I had to make sure you guys were safe.
I can protect the tent.
Okay.
Leaves.
When Mayan finally gets up, he's a bit groggy and just stumbles a little bit over to the fire and then starts warming his hands, staring at the flames. Just...
Good morning. Man, do you know anything about the creatures of this wood?
Might be able to consult my book, but mostly follows the animals.
It may not be an animal.
It's not, says Tig around about. Sorry, says Tig around a mouthful of berries.
There was something big moving in the woods last night. Tig went to investigate for me, and apparently it was a very big biggins that was green with hair on the back and lots of teeth.
Yes.
And claw.
Yeah, you can see it on the tree. I can show you.
What do you mean, show us?
I'll show you where the claws are. The scritchy scratch.
I'm
And the feeties.
not quite sure that would be the wisest thing. We probably want to
I'll-
stay
I'll-
away.
I'll wander off with Tig to investigate.
What if they come back?
Don't worry. I'll be okay.
Pearlavash looks up with orange down his face.
If they ask, just tell them you had to take a pee.
Keep that in mind. And mine kind of like pauses and grips the bridge of his nose and
Are you okay?
yes. Just getting close.
Sakura's ears like wilt back and her tail kind of sags between her legs, and she has this very, very worried and concerned look on her face.
It's fine. It's fine. It's not on you.
Is there anything I can do to help, though? You don't look very comfortable.
It'll pass in a couple of days.
Still,
Not getting sick, are you?
No. Hey, please lead the way. I'll be back for breakfast.
Grasshopper noise. Partway there, Tig pauses to let you catch up.
You should talk to your friends.
Aww.
Weird, but they're good.
Where are these footprints?
I love
Do it! You should do it! It helps! I talk all the time. To everybody!
I love
to
that you can
everything.
make that noise, but you're probably rolling your tongue as you do it.
I have
Right?
no idea what I'm doing, but it's working, so I'm going with it. I don't question the noises I make as long as I make them.
Lovely.
I talk to my friends all the time about everything. And sometimes not my friends.
Go on and tell me about some of your friends.
Well, there's Pearlavash.
And starts basically only really gets through Pearlavash because they're just like extolling their virtues. Apparently Pearlavash is their best friend. That's why they live together.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Cute.
I want to keep them.
But Tig, before even being done with the description, and it's like, and he's really, really brave. Oh, hey, look, it's the thing. He looks up at the tree, like this close in front of her, and roll. I can roll a knowledge nature, yeah. Yeah, knowledge nature, yeah. I think it's nature. I'll go with nature.
An 8.
You have no better luck. But you are seeing it.
How far up the tree are these claw marks?
I've asked the creatures that know the woods.
You would guess, just based like you standing next to it to see how tall it is, this thing is pretty easily 8 feet tall, whatever it was. The feet are huge compared to yours, and deep in the snow.
Is it just one set of footprints?
It's 3. And you can see this sort of like grazing claw mark. It kind of reminds you of like someone, like a kid who's just like running their hands along the walls as they walk. Except obviously this thing has like super sharp fucking giant mofo claws, and the spread of the fingers is wider than your hand is.
I'm glad that we didn't want it to down and that's so far away now, hopefully.
And he mumbles to himself. The fire burns bright. And looks off towards the shadows. I hope you know what you've put me into.
I have no idea.
Neither do I.
Well, then why would you blame me for it?
Don't worry about it. You're perfectly fine.
Don't blame the poor fairies.
You're cutting out.
I am?
No,
No.
Rowan.
It's probably because I'm doing the squeaky voice, and she was getting higher and hysterical.
Yeah, when you start... it,
higher voice than this, so, squeakier, but you're my friend. I want to know what I did.
You've done nothing wrong.
Did I start a fire?
You did. I very much appreciate that.
Wait, I started a fire and that's a good thing, but you blame me for it. I'm really confused. You're weird. I like you.
Men are confusing. It's
Hey, your friend, the fire lady, Sakura. Yeah, she made porridge. You should eat some.
I will.
Ask her for extra berries. You can have some of mine.
He takes out a charcoal stick, which he probably pulled from the fire the night before, and opens up to the blank pages in the back of the book and makes notes about what he sees, how wide the footprints are, how
Tig
high...
tries to help by like laying in the footprint to be like,
It's bigger than me.
No, that's perfect.
Okay.
I want you to find out how many of you long and how many of you across it is.
and like scoots her butt back into like the heel.
He ballparks her while she's working and then kind of figures the claws.
Yeah, you realize this thing, based off the height, like she's describing, and kind of where the claw is, you would say it's like 8 feet. But when she like flies up to show you like how tall she thinks they are, it's bigger than that. It's probably double your size.
Well, at least 10 to 12.
And it's heavy enough that like, whereas you when you're walking through the snow, you do like get through the snow. Whatever it was heavy enough that it actually sank in until it met the dirt.
And it left an imprint in the dirt.
Yeah. So, very heavy, very tall, very large, lots of teeth, lots of claws.
Yeah.
Bless you.
What's
Sounds
your
like a
face,
friend.
Diana?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the help. Let's get back to camp. Breakfast smells
hang on.
amazing, even from here.
Hang on. Give me your dry stick.
What?
Give me your drawing stick. Your drawing stick.
No, you cut out for a moment.
I know, but I'm using it to my advantage.
So I hand her the charcoal stick.
And she like hops up on your shoulder and like leans over and is like off in the corner, like. And draws like it's literally like a Lilo and Stitch level drawing. It is not
All identifiable.
not terribly. It's basically just a square with like angry eyes and like triangles on the side and lots of teeth.
Because
Very
that's what
accurate.
it is. It's that. I don't know what they're called. They're just big, mean differences. Bigs.
Would roll knowledge and ability, but I don't think.
No.
And again, they don't seem to be undead.
Nope.
So
Not that you can tell. So you head back through fire with well more info, but no more clue.
right.
Lots more clues, no
Yeah.
more clue.
So yeah, before Saren and I go out and get breakfast and everything, I'll wake up to being surprised. Saren's lounging in the tent. I think I just cock my head at you, Saren, and it's like, did you sleep well?
Oh, yes.
As I'm slowly undoing the ropes. And I look at my wrists. No rope burns today, so that's a plus.
Do you get the rope burns commonly?
Enough.
Only when she asked.
If it burns you, then why continue this practice?
I'm more dangerous if something happens in the night and I'm not tied. I'll end
I don't
up
think you're
places I
dangerous.
shouldn't be.
Well, you should be here.
I should be. But sometimes I'm here and sometimes I'm there and sometimes they're here.
Sorry.
Well, if it makes you more comfortable, then.
I mean, the only, and I think like as I'm like finishing up and what's the term? Rolling up the rope. You're not muted, nephew, by the way.
I know.
Okay. There are other ways. Usually, if I can stay up the night with some strong tea, or if there's other activities to tire me out, then I tend to sleep well.
Sarah will cock a look at that. Other activities.
Yes.
I knew I liked you. Come on, we should go eat.
We should.
This is the drawing you get, by the way.
Oh my god, I love it.
Beautiful.
Yay!
So accurate.
I love it.
That's the Tig drawing you get.
Saren will scoop Alwyn up and tuck them into their familiar pouch, because that's pretty much where they always are. They don't really roam as much as RK, because Saren is very...
Particular.
Yeah, and
Because
like...
it's fucking cold.
Yeah, and nervous about it, I guess. Like, has a big fear of something happening to Alwyn. But also will scoop up... Oh my god, why did I just blank on names? Person. My brain stopped working. Percival.
You mean
Yes.
Pearlavash?
Perlavash, oh my god, my brain
Pearlavash
just...
already left the tent the moment
Yeah,
you were like,
yeah,
oh, I can
that's-
defend us.
I was like, wait a second. I can't remember his
Percival.
name,
Yeah.
and he's
Yeah,
already
the moment
gone.
you were like, no, I can defend the tent.
Yes.
Pearlavash was like, okay, bye.
My brain just
You
short-circuited.
can RK if you want.
That's true. Okay, I pick up Arcade, and I'm like, let's go. I have Arcade, I have Alwyn, and I'm just assuming Abby's gonna come out too.
Oh yeah.
So who is
Um,
Percival?
Percival's already at the fire. I
I'm
forgot.
Percival.
Yeah. Perlavash. Jeez. Now it's gonna be stuck the wrong way.
I immediately, even though I know they probably didn't play any pranks or anything, I really double check that my vest is where it's at and it's not in the trees. Just to make sure, you know.
It is where you left it.
Smart.
Okay. So I go and grab it to like go dry it out by the fire, and like as soon as like I think Kura hands us like the bowl of oatmeal, it's like, so did you get to meet the wolves?
Yeah,
I don't think that they were wolves.
They were wolves.
Oh, Kana didn't tell you?
Kana?
No.
Cora.
Yeah.
How
There was 500 wolves, and that's why there's no more. It's not like I ate. I mean, the stew is good, but I had to feed the wolves.
I don't think that wolves made. Wait. You saw wolves, you mean?
They approached us.
You saw wolves? And you didn't wake us? I bet they were so fluffy. No, tail kind
they
of
were-
flicks a little before drooping.
Unfortunately, it seemed like they hadn't eaten in a while.
Well, then I'm glad that my stew went to good use.
Yes, I would never throw away good food. Unless it was poisoned, of course, but.
I definitely
Even then,
don't
there are-
eat.
Why is that to happen?
I love that both Sarah and I had like, well,
There are still uses for that. You know.
But who poisoned good food?
People
Never
just
like
want
that.
other people dead? Unfortunately, it's a lot more common than you might think.
Oh no, I'm from the first world. We do that a lot. You know.
I know.
Yeah.
Many court stories center around who poisoned who and who survived the latest attempt.
Ah, those are some of the best ones.
Oh. I'll be right back.
No.
No.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I've ever been poisoned.
No.
Or maybe I have.
Maybe you have.
Poisons.
I have to go out to the car.
That'd be fun.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's in the car.
Quit biting.
I'm in.
No, it works the other way.
I know puppy's going
Well, no, because if I bite you and you die, then I'm poisonous.
I shoo you out.
If you bite me and I die, then you're poisonous. And then if we bite each other and we both die.
I know that I'm not poisonous.
Stick a finger out for them to bite. Like,
Chomp. It's not like a hard chomp. It probably does break the skin, but only just.
yeah. Nope,
And
no
you need to
reaction.
start rolling constitution saves.
It is me, Ian, and
Yeah, I'm not very
take
tasty
back.
right now.
I don't like blood. It's salty.
Is Maine and Kickback, or I don't know who.
I
just
don't
bit
know.
who.
Were you actually commenting on that character? Are you back?
No, I stepped away because Leppy came home and brought me food, so I had to open the door because I
Oh.
had to move the thing in front of it.
No, I was asking Mayan if he and Tig are back by this point.
Oh.
I don't think he hears us.
I didn't know who was biting who, so that's.
They were talking about poisoned food,
Mm-hmm.
and Pearlavash was concerned that maybe he's poisonous or maybe he's susceptible to poison, so Ami let him bite her. And he's decided that Ami is not tasty.
At least my blood, which is valid. But yeah, I don't think Maya can hear us anymore.
Not at the moment. I'm with Tig.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because
So-
we asked like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, we
They were
asked
back.
you if you were back yet, and you completely were like,
Sorry, he's probably on his way back at this point.
That's okay. Yeah. So I think Saren will ask. So where is the noble one?
Oh, he and Tig went to take an action tinkle.
No.
I'm just
There
like,
was something. There was something very large in the woods last night.
What was it?
No, we're not quite sure. That's why they went to go and look at some markings that were left. But Tig described it as a very big Bigginsons that was green with pointy ears and lots of teeth and had fur on their back. and was green.
Someone's dying in laughter out there.
Right. So can I
Well,
roll
I thought
knowledge
that-
nature?
Well, wait. You can roll now. I was gonna say I'm gonna wait until Mai gets back for more info.
Okay, I'm back.
I don't want to wait for mine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
you
ahead.
can. I mean, you can roll with just
Sarah, yeah, Saren would
They
wait.
just back.
22.
Let's see. You said it was big biggins with ears, pointy teeth, and fur on its back, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Green.
Gotcha.
And green.
And green. There are a few things that fit that description, but off the top of your head, it makes you think troll.
Okay.
Seems the most likely, but further info would help you like confirm that you just think troll.
Yeah, maybe I've heard, like, since I've worked at a tavern, I've heard, like, stories of people, you know.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, same description. Like, that seems like troll behavior. Troll-like. I didn't realize there'd be trolls out here.
Well, of course, there could be.
I mean, there could be
we don't
anything.
know
I mean,
much of what's out here.
we have the mighty dragon here.
I'm not
Yes,
quite sure
well,
even RK, with all of his might be able to take on 3 trolls. Or at least there was
Right.
multiple.
Oh, no. No, I wouldn't want RK to waste all that potential on just trolls.
Trolls aren't likely to tell me very many stories, so can't imagine us befriending them.
I'm just glad that they gave us a wide berth.
Well, hopefully that's still the case if our friends ever make it back.
Hopefully, I'm terrified. I don't. Not only is Maine off on his own with Tig, but he doesn't. He doesn't look like he had a very restful night's sleep at the very least, and I think that he might be.
And throw that snowball that hard.
Snowball.
Yes.
Maybe for the next couple of days, we
Screenshot.
could be a little kinder to him. I mean,
Why? Because he's a boy and we must be kinder to boys?
because he's unwell. I don't know
No,
exactly
no,
what
no.
it is, but
As you were running this conversation, oh no. By all means, keep up your daggers and shields. I don't mind.
I don't have a dagger or a shield.
I have 3 daggers.
I have a crossbow.
Fair enough.
Teeth.
Mighty teeth.
They're not poisonous.
No. But neither are you. Good news, man. We're not poisonous.
But are you venomous?
I hope not.
So, what did you find?
Well, there's more than bandits in these woods.
Yes, Ami guessed that it might be trolls, but we were wondering what else you'd learned.
That would make sense. It could very well be trolls. Look at the peasant with the head on her shoulder.
I start making a snowball, but I don't intend to throw it. But I just like start making it to the side.
So
as I
Cora-
feel.
Soko will give you the mom eyes.
So,
Tana just looks confused. And just like, what the fuck?
it appears to be at least 3 of them. From the estimations, they are about 8 to 12 feet tall. Claws. They're about, their footprints are about 2 tigs wide and 3 tigs long.
I look at Tig, and cock my head.
Tig strikes a pose. Like one
Here's
leg out.
a rough sketch, some notary information.
You see Tig sketch up in the corner.
I think at this point I'll do my roll.
Okay.
Let's see. I only got 15.
With the additional info
Yeah.
and kind of the lead-in of Ami's check, yeah, this sounds like trolls.
Okay.
And trolls suck. Trolls, like, you can, like, kill them a super bunch, and if you leave a postage stamp worth of troll, they will regenerate.
Oh, geez, really?
You know what they say about troll hide armor, right?
No, what do they
No.
say?
It really grows on you.
Ew.
Sakura is going to
Do you say
get.
this in or out of character?
No, I say this out of character.
Okay.
My response is the same.
But yeah, trolls, like, you have the trick to trolls is, and this you would know based off of stories, mostly the
Okay.
two of you. This is more local, but the stories y'all have heard from First World Tales and you from Tavern Tales is you have to burn them. Fire stops it.
Fire.
Sakura is
My
going to
special-
get a very worried look on her face.
And that's why the two of you remember it, because, ooh, fire?
Yeah, I think
Exactly.
Ami and Saren are probably sharing a look of like,
Sakura.
We're not inside the fortress, so fire should be allowed, right?
Yeah, you're in the middle of the forest instead. And also you have a witch made of wood. She's like double Jeopardy flammable.
yeah.
What do we burn witches upon? More witches. Made of wood.
What also floats?
Ducks.
No, hush.
Very small pebbles.
See? It looks.
Sakura is
They
going
might her
to.
dice.
Sakura is going to get a worried look on her face as she looks back in the direction that she saw or heard the trolls go when Ramin came back from.
If they had been hungry, we would have been awoken. I believe we are all right.
It's
Indeed.
not me that I'm worried about.
What are you worried about?
If they turn northward.
I think we're
What
far enough
directions
away.
did they move?
They
What?
moved east to west.
I pull out my
Or sorry.
compass.
West to east.
No. West east, my apologies.
So opposite direction, I think, from where we're heading.
Yes, no, she's worried about them going towards the fort.
But that would be north.
They
Yeah,
all-
that's what I said. If they turned northward.
Yeah.
yeah.
But-
But they've been in this area. They know the concerns. I don't
They would
think
have
we
warned
need to
us
worry
of
about
trolls, I
them.
think, if it was something that they had to worry about.
But what if they don't? What if this is something that's new? What if they are traveling?
Tig,
Well, if you would
Or
like to
migrating.
go back to
Tig,
send them,
have you seen these before?
I mean,
No.
not here.
Where did you see them?
Other places?
In this
Other-
area or in the other
I
one?
mean, in the forest, yeah.
Okay. So they travel around the forest.
They like the trees. Because they're green, and so are trees. Except for the brown parts. On both of them.
Yes.
And Oleg's is a little bit more out of the woods, right?
Oleg's is plains.
Okay.
yeah.
So
Because
she'll.
if you look at the map, you can see there's like forest, and then
Yeah.
everything outside the forest is like plains and hills.
Plus, it's like a fortress that's 30 feet high, and they're like at maybe tallest 10 feet.
12.
So
Yeah, but they're also trolls. Which.
Yeah, but we can't do anything for them.
there's probably
No,
more
but-
than 3.
Hearing that they stay to the woods
Mhm.
will considerably relax Sakura.
Well,
I think I look at Connor. Have you ever fought a troll before?
I believe
She is muted.
Sorry, but
Have you ever fought a troll before? Kana's being asked by Ami.
not that I can recall. No.
Yes, you fought.
Oh,
No,
honey,
you have not
I'm-
faced a troll before. Just for reference.
Maybe
This is-
drunkenly they forgot.
I mean, you've fought someone who looked like a troll before, but
Yeah,
not an
she's like,
actual troll.
yeah, she's like, there's someone I fought that looked almost like a troll.
and did you win that fight?
Duh.
So we just have to be mindful of keeping an eye out for trolls while we continue on
Mm.
through all of the forest.
Mayan, do you think you're going to be able to travel? Or should we have a bit of a rest day today and look out for more trolls?
We should be fine. Has anyone set the water for morning cleansings?
I think we all look probably at Kura.
Saren's gonna say cleansings.
Tig's gonna say, "What's that?"
Wiping off sweat and dirt?
Why would you do that?
Ablutions?
Um,
To bathe?
Question, sir, out of character. Does Sir baby?
that's what I'm thinking right now. I'm trying to figure that out. Leaning towards no, probably not. But like more for it would be like a social thing, if at all. Like in that sense. But I can't
And
imagine.
Tig and Pearlavash are just completely perplexed by this
Yeah,
entire
I
idea.
can't imagine Gathlene's like needing to bathe or like it being normal.
Only like when you have blood and guts on you, maybe. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah, like to get
Yeah.
clean is one thing, but like bathing, just to bathe is like.
Yeah.
Wait.
No worries, no worries.
But if you don't have dirt and stuff on you, how is it going to protect you?
Magic.
But dirt.
I understand, Tig.
He's not as special as you
hang on.
think.
Whisper something to Pearlavash. Pearlavash nods. Tig like scoops up in teeny tiny hands dirt, and Pearlavash like blows on them, and then she also goes, "Magic dirt."
Saren will put out their hands. Can I have it?
No, come here. Lean in. Lean in.
Is that to Saren?
Yeah.
Okay. Saren will read it.
Like pats it, like just leaves like a handprint, like right here between your eyebrows.
Love it. Thank you.
Your turn. Mine.
Lane politely leans in
Tap. It's on the center of your
and
nose.
puts a finger in her pile and taps her between the eyebrows and then does the same for Pearlavash.
Your turn. And does it to each of you. The rest of you get it again in your eyebrows.
Oh yes.
Then walks over with the last of it to RK and to Alwyn.
We are all blessed today.
Magic
not
dirt.
broken.
You're all protected. Blessings of the Fae.
Let's break camp and mount up and get on our way.
Okay. And
As
they
you're,
do that.
as you're getting ready, Tig tugs on the edge of Mine's pants.
Yes.
Yours is on your nose because that's supposed to help you breathe better. Makes the headache less.
I appreciate that.
Okay, let me know if it doesn't work. I can get more dirt.
I will.
I want to make a joke, but I'm like, it doesn't make sense. Like, it makes
Is
more
it a
sense
brown nosing
modern.
joke?
Yes. Yes. Because nobles are brown nosers. And it's
know.
exactly what Mayan was doing last night.
I'm sorry, I knew, like, as soon as I said, yeah, it's on your nose, and I was like, that was my reasoning, was, like, the sinus idea, that I was like, oh no. What have I done?
So I think, like, yeah, if Mayan looks at Ami, like, she just had to smirk every time, for as long as that speck of dirt is on your nose.
She booped your snoot.
When they do get started moving, Sakura is going to step up to Maine and just double check. I know you said that you would be fine, but are you
I
sure there's...
appreciate your concern. It will pass in a few days. Just have a little bit of faith in the powers that be.
It's not that. But is there anything I can do, like... Is there anything that would make you more comfortable? Anything to ease the burden or the pain or whatever it is that's afflicting you?
Not for this one. Very much not so for this one.
Well, if you need anything at all.
I promise you will be the first to find out.
Sure enough.
But, just... Tomorrow night will be a long night, I can already tell. And he gives kind of a stretched smile, and then rides forward, taking point.
She still has a weird look on her face, like she doesn't know what to do. And this is like, at one hand she's like, I want to fix it and make it better. But like, at the other hand, it's like, I don't want to overstep my bounds. And on another hand, it's like, Mama wants to just help and make things better. And you know, like...
Let me kiss Boo Boo.
Take
the hammer, fix the baby.
I give the baby snack.
Baby needs snack.
She basically doesn't know what to do. And that's like, she always knows what to do for people. Like, what?
I think with that, I think Kana's just gonna like look at him perplexed and just kind of try and catch up with him. Like, boy, what's the matter here? Do I need to keep an extra eye on you? She's talking to Marine.
Oh, she's talking to me?
Yeah, Marine. She's talking to you.
Yeah, Marine. Mylene.
Marine.
Come on, Mylene.
He smiles over at Kana and says, No, you're fine. It's just these couple of days every month are very harsh on me.
What, do you have a similar thing what we women go through?
Certainly, you could say it's part of a moon cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Author's losing it.
Some sort of weird moon sickness that you get every month.
That's basically what she's trying to make a joke about.
I know. I'm 12, I'm sorry. It's better knowing what I know.
Well, do I need to coax you with like sweets or something to make you feel better?
No. My patron is certain to be thorough in whatever they decide.
Yeah, Mother Nature's kind of a bitch. Still kind of joking.
So here's a question, and it's probably because when I know this is Pathfinder and not D&D, but when I play D&D, patrons and all that god shit was never a factor in my campaigns. How common knowledge is patrons?
I think that they exist is fairly common.
Okay.
Especially for you, for various reasons.
Okay.
More specific knowledge about like what exactly they are and what they do is a little shakier. Because
What
it's
powers they give.
right, because it's literally just more vague, but the idea that's like it's kind of a god.
Mm-hmm.
That would be kind of the shorthand version. It's like, well, it's like having a god, but it's not a god.
So, but yeah, it's pretty common that
could
if
be
humans
God.
have magic, it's generally because of whatever patron, like...
Right.
Okay, because yeah, I just want to, like, sustain whether or not how confused Ami would be about it. But okay, if it seems... So she wouldn't be that confused about it.
Yeah, I'd be like,
in
"Oh,
general,
okay,
patronage and stuff.
Right,
Okay.
right. Yeah, because patrons can sometimes be gods, and sometimes they're just powerful beings, and sometimes they're concepts, and sometimes so like what they are is really undefined, but like in the sense of like there's something that gives you powers, kind of like gods do for divine classes. That part would be like, okay, it's an analogy, you get it.
Okay. All right. And sorry, since I had stepped away, this conversation is happening where everybody can technically hear it, right? It's not like
yeah.
So I think Ami would be like, so why did you choose this one if they seem to test you so much?
Not everyone gets to choose who gifts them.
But you went to school,
I'm certain
I thought.
Theron is more than aware, and you should be more than aware. You don't always choose who gives you your gifts. Just sometimes they are there.
But you went to school. You had to choose to decide to have your magics.
Two different stories.
I'm sure
Same
Sharon would like to
person,
write them down.
Different years.
I would like to write your story if you'd ever tell us it, but as you said, I won't pry, just as you did not pry into mine.
This one
I won't pry right now.
This one's not one of great concern. I was once found eligible to be arcane treatment. They thought I had great potential within my blood to be a powerful sorcerer. So, young enough, I started school, and there was a mild accident, and I lost any connection to arcane power. No big deal.
That sounds like a very big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it hasn't stopped me from moving forward with my life, and I have magics of my own that allow me to help others. So it is no big deal anymore.
Then
Magics, yes. And I like rub my ear in wherever Maine has his earring, or the ear things.
you don't have to answer this or not, but what is your patron?
I think
I only know that my patron, and he kind of gestures towards the shadows around them. My patron sees and knows. They are there. Who? Well, they grant me the ability to heal others. But they can't be that bad.
as he's talking and like gesturing to the shadows, Sakura is like perking up and like looking in the shadows, trying to see if she sees anything. Not quite like she was doing the other day with looking for fairies, but like now looking to see if she's being watched more.
Make a perception check.
Oh, okay. It wasn't so much like. I was
If you want to
expecting-
roll a perception check, is what she said.
I'll still do it. I mean, I might see something else.
You see snow.
You hear that snow? I see you.
Sparkling in the early morning sunlight.
She gets a really giddy look on her face. Like, oh, pretty. Wait. No. Stop. You're not supposed to. No.
Kana just sighs and shakes her head.
It's a tough time of morning for you. There's icicles and snow everywhere, so like, It's fucking sparkly out here, yo.
It looks. All I'm getting is that scene in Frozen where they're walking just after she met
You're
Kristoff.
trying to be all serious and like, look at the shadows. Ooh.
We can't. There's so much light. So much sparkly light.
Sparkle. Sparkle. So no, you don't see anything in the shadows.
I mean, it sounds like you know a fair bit about your patron.
I know only what they decided to tell me.
So I told you something.
Yes. Sometimes I wish they hadn't.
And with that, apparently with that, we're gonna take our break. I feel like that's a lovely note to take a break on.
Yeah.
Very
Orc
companion.
break.
A bark break. Bark.
Yes.
Bark, mother. So we'll see you guys at, we'll say 10 past.
Okay.
Because it's 10 o'clock on my time right now. So
Yep.
in 10 minutes. And we'll see where this leads us. See you soon.
Enjoy the arts.
We are live and back.
Hello.
Okay, welcome back. So that was fun. That was so much fun.
Small delay.
Yeah, we did have a small delay. There was a cat involved. She was very cute. It's totally justified. So, we will not feed the duck, especially not bread. That makes you explode. Anyway, it's in the chat, honey. Don't worry about it. So, you guys get on your way. And it's so weird because the bottom of that is green, so I can see the green screen. So then you hold it in front of your face and parts of your face disappear in like a duck-shaped shadow.
Nice.
Anyway, so you guys get on your way. On the road? Well, not on the road because you're not on the road. But you're in the dirt forest. You're in the forest again. Still. Tig and Pearlavash sing a jaunty tune involving trolls and toe jam that is unrepeatable because I'm not making it up. Nor would anyone want me to. But something about them regenerating from even their toe jam. Unless you burn it, which is stinky.
Soon may the troll man come.
Soon may the fireman come.
Exactly.
With toe jam in the morning.
Do not
For
spread
no
it.
reason at all, I throw another snowball.
No reason.
None.
But anyway. So you guys
Drive by
continue. Excuse me. You are now in the next hex.
Woo!
Hey, and you didn't think we'd do it.
Oh, I thought you'd get to this one.
Oh, okay.
It's a matter of
The
getting
next
down to.
one.
Yeah.
We get tuned up with RP.
Yeah.
It's
So-
okay. I enjoy the RP a lot.
Yeah, right?
So you guys get to the next hex. You can't tell because in the game there is no such fucking thing.
There is. They're called ley lines.
These are not ley lines. Nice try. Very good. I know which hex ley line, but no. But good try.
I have hexes.
I know. I know, dear. I know, sweetheart. Anyway, but nonetheless, you guys get through it, and about halfway through the day, assuming there is no particular further RP you'll feel the need to do besides I Spy.
At the moment, no.
I spy with magic eye.
Something white.
Oh man, you stole mine.
Right?
I spy an asshole.
I mean, if you're looking that closely to know that's specifically white, I don't think this. I mean, this stream can go up to certain ratings, but I feel like that's a different game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I meant, but yeah.
Anyway, but about halfway through the day, you notice that their otherwise like pretty jovial, like jam low kind of mood starts to dampen. And Pearlavash speaks up at one point and says,
We're almost there.
And why do you sound so sad?
And doesn't mean vacancies, but
You
Kinda
feel a
looks
bit
at
guilty
Tig.
about circumstance. Yes.
no, we don't try to kill nobody. That's not.
Is Tick still like riding on my head?
yes. 100%.
She kind of reaches up and tries to gently pat her on the head.
You miss and kind of boop her in the cheek, and she.
Sorry. But it's
It's
okay.
okay. Yeah, we didn't mean to.
Accidents happen.
And you notice Pearlavash is a little quieter than Tig is. And,
She kind of scoots over to where Pearlavash is and gives them a head pat too. Pet.
And you come upon it's a bit of a clearing. It's not, a massive clearing or anything, but a bit of a clearing. And
And before it's actually a scarecrow and they didn't kill anybody.
But you can start hearing the river, the water of the river running. And as you get closer and closer, eventually you find a bit of a clearing. And you see, I would say probably you, Sakura, could roll a either perception or an engineering on this one in particular.
Let's see what's better. I have a feeling I know which one it is.
And was your family big into hunting in any way, or is that not really their jam?
Not really.
Okay, then no.
They're not the nobles that would go.
He has some connections to families that are into hunting, but his family was not.
Okay. Yeah, with a 22, Sakura, you actually see what happened before you noticed the body. Mm-hmm. It appears someone was trying to rig a deadfall. And when they were trying to do so, their ropes snapped. And kind of figuring it out, you look down and you see the corpse of an older man crushed beneath a log, beneath a tree. You actually just see his legs under a couple of logs. Then you can see the ropes kind of dangling there. And both the Fae are very quiet.
She's going to point at the trap that he was trying to set.
That looks quite hazardous.
Do you two see that?
You don't tend to make deadfall traps if you're targeting animals. Unless he's trying to fight owl bears.
He was
in the dead of winter? That makes no sense.
He was going to hurt other people. You save people by accident. Or if that brings you any sort of comfort to know. She's going to gently take Tig off of her head and set her on top of Kana's before she starts kind of like making her way down to where the corpse is. And she's going to start moving the logs. Bracing herself for what she might see underneath, but...
Yeah, basically what it looks like is that when you get closer, you're able to kind of take a little time to see what has gone on. It probably would have been a perfectly fine trap if tiny dragon teeth hadn't gnawed through the ropes a bit to weaken them.
I imagine this was like something that was done overnight and not like while he was doing it.
Possibly. You would assume so. But
either way, that's what she's going to believe.
Yeah, and while he was probably setting it up to rig it further and do whatever else he was going to do, the ropes snapped. And the logs that otherwise would have rolled on top of someone else rolled atop his legs. Without a heal check, you wouldn't be able to tell how exactly he died, but however he died, it was not pleasant. Because they only pretty much rolled up to his waist, like to his hips, essentially. So he was pinned. And his legs are pretty mangled. So it was not pretty, no matter what was the specific cause.
As she's moving the logs, I do want to look over the body to see if there's any, on one hand, any identifying, not necessarily features, but anything like to say who this person was. Specifically, she's keeping an eye out for one of those snake necklaces that all the bandits had.
You do not find that. You don't really find any particular identifying anything. Luckily, because of the cold and just how cold it is, it's not as bad a sight as it could have been if it was perhaps summer.
Yeah.
Because it has kept everything reasonably cool. And though it's not a pretty face to look at, his face is unharmed. Unharmed, always. Yeah, unblemished here. And so you do get like a pretty good look at him. You could probably take time to describe him, and someone might be able to identify him via description. But neither of the face seem to know specifically who he is, just that he's a mean hunter man.
Is any of his equipment nearby?
You could roll a perception check if you want to look around and see if there's anything in the area. And that goes for any of you if you guys are, assumably helping out the logs here.
18?
18? Okay.
I got the same 18.
Okay.
After, not finding the stag pit, she's more focused on moving the log, so she's not gonna look for other things.
Yeah, Sarah, not so much. What was that, Kana?
I was gonna say Kana's gonna help her sister move the log.
Okay. So, Ami and Maine, you both, pretty much at the same time, see that not too far away, from basically you can see one of his arms is extended in one direction, like an awkward direction, not like a broken or anything, just weird. And you follow it up and you see a tree stump with a very nice hatchet just like whacked into it. It seems maybe he was trying to reach for that to help him in some way, but couldn't quite reach.
Lane looks over at Ami, gestures politely towards the hand axe.
Seems like he wasn't quite dead when the log hit.
Wasn't. You hear
Walks
from like
over.
the horse.
Wedges the axe out. Deadfall trap is not meant for animals. He could have been making it for any number of reasons.
Trolls, maybe?
He wanted the other trappers to go away.
Again, you hear from the horse where Pearlavash is sitting basically on its butt.
And I'll maybe just like makes an expression like, "Oh yes, you did mention like the forgetfulness, like because they had mentioned that the other day."
He flips the hand axe in his hands, catching it by the handle. Well, greed begets a man his fate.
I nod in agreement. Well, at least you have a nice hand axe now.
Daring.
'Tis not mine yet. May yet be claimed by a individual it actually belongs to. Inheritance between smirks kind of wryly over at Ami. Peasants. It's a mystery between nobles.
You're lucky you're the one holding the axe right now.
I gave you a chance to grab it first.
I did, but I figured the weaker one should take it.
Oh. Why didn't you grab it?
Damn. Ooh.
I'm trying to think what kind of mood is she in right now?
Probably feisty and annoyed.
I was gonna
And,
say, she just found out that a terrible human being suffered awfully and then died alone. So, how do you feel?
I was like, I feel like she'd feel pretty good. Not good, but like,
well,
you
not
know,
like
Yeah, like
you detect psychic significance yet.
it's true.
I was thinking about it, but almost it never seems to work. Except
Well, I
for
think it works plenty.
um. Wait, I'm just looking at my spells real quick. Is there, like, near the stump where the axe was put in, is there like a small like chunk of like chipped wood nearby, even if it's like half in the snow or anything?
Purpose.
I want to telekinetically projectile it to the back of my head.
No. I will not help with PvP.
Just gently.
Mhm.
Fine, then I'll use Mage Hand to whack him in the back of the head for that comment, which is a success. I'm gonna just smile and after I do it, and just turn around and assess the body, or at least attempt to assess the body.
And you don't get any additional information. Besides that, yes, he did not die quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I investigate the area,
Okay.
just kind of seeing if there's anything more around the area, supplies or
I'd say he has
a journal or a will.
no. I will say he has like a small pack on him. It just has some very basic couple days worth of rations. Where he was camped probably wasn't terribly far, or maybe he stopped in at Oleg's regularly or something. He does not seem packed for like a long outing. He's prepared to be out in this weather and in this area, but it's not like several weeks worth. It's like a couple days. So he's probably going to finish this and then go back to wherever he was going.
Once we get the body uncovered, Sakura's gonna look around for a place and start clearing snow out and hopefully trying to dig a spot where they can bury him, even if it's just a shallow grave, giving him some
How
sort of
close-
respect of a burial.
How close is the river? Like, we hear it, right? Or we see it?
Pretty close by. He was setting this up along the bank.
Okay. I think once I see Sakura's doing that, I'm like, we could just push him into the water.
We can't
No.
bury all our problems by sending it down a river.
Yeah, but you haven't
Well,
even
why
set
should
one
we-
yet.
He
Why should
may,
we waste our energy into burying a bad person?
he may have been a bad person,
You have
but
to
he still
understand-
deserves respect in being buried and performed that
It
right.
is important to
It's the respect of being laid to rest.
Get
and
Sarah.
hopefully the respect of laying him to rest prevents his soul from returning so that we don't have to deal with an undead.
Oh, shouts Pearlavash from the
The
horse.
beginning of that.
Did not
kinda
hear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pearlavash from the horse yells, "If he comes back as a ghost, I'll kill that too."
I like your spirit, little one.
Are you not having?
Oh,
The
if this
way
is what you want to do, I will take no part of it.
You don't have.
I just hope we don't have to bury every single person we'll have to possibly kill. Otherwise, we'll get nothing done. And I want to go walk up, like just not too far away, but like a little bit up river along the banks.
Okay.
Sakura is going to have a more somber look on her face after that interaction. Like, she understands where Ami's coming from, but she doesn't agree, and she's struggling with whether or not she should say anything on it. So she's obviously biting her tongue as she's going about trying to still, like, dig a spot for this person.
Do you have any sort of tools or anything to use? Or
One moment.
or are you just doing this with your hands? Because that is going to impact how this goes.
One moment. I know that I have like a kit, but I can't remember what's in the kit or where it is.
I didn't get an adventurous one. I only got a psychic one. While Nefi's looking for that, can I like do investigation as I'm like walking along? I'm not looking for anything specific, just anything that would catch my eye, basically.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. So would that just be knowledge, nature, or?
If you're just like walking along looking for anything to catch your eye, that's just going to be a general perception.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, knowledge nature is more for identification.
I never do well in perception. I got a 7.
Yeah, your thoughts are very distracted by what's going on and your personal feelings about it, and whether you're trying to understand the opposite view or not, it's still kind of.
Oh, I totally am not trying to understand.
I figured. It's very frustrating to you that like this is a waste of time. You guys have other things you'd be doing. You know, this could take the rest of the day, maybe more.
Yeah. I mean, it would be one thing if we were with someone who cared about this, even if they were a bad person, if they cared, like, for
yeah, but you don't
person.
know if they have any family. You guys have no connection to him.
Yeah.
Why bother? Who cares? Let the animals have him. Maybe let the wolves.
Yeah. The wolves could have been fed by him, you know?
At least then he'd be useful.
Yeah.
Kitty.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, finish what you were doing.
Oh, well, I was thinking, like, after, like, obviously, there's nothing else important around here.
Apparently not.
Like, at least if there's, like, maybe, like, a fallen log near the riverbank, I want to sit and then just meditate a bit and just, like, try to...
Yeah, that'd be easy enough to find.
Yeah.
You know, something in nature, a large rock.
Yeah. Just so I'm not sitting into the snow.
Yeah. Easy enough to find something to perch your buttocks upon.
I think while that conversation was happening and, you know, the subsequent separation, I think Saren's actually kind of not investigating, but like, what's the right word? Not mournfully. I don't know what word I want to use here, but is looking at the tree stump, because tree, but also like to them, they understand, right, the nature of destroying nature to build things, but they're kind of regretful over this choice of this human to cut down a tree for no other purpose than to kill others. And it's just like a really sad purpose for a tree for them, because right, trees are these magical things. And so I think they're kind of looking at that, and they'll look over to as that conversation is happening, and kind of mentally are not siding with Ami, but feeling like there has to be a way to cut this difference. But does not speak up about it. So I think that's something you could probably see if you were noticing them. Like, I'm leaving that open to people, that they could notice that Saren is taking an interest in what's happening, but choosing to remain away from it. Yeah, just away from it. But I think instead we'll kind of go over to each of the tree stumps and just kind of sit near them or fly around near them and just be over there.
Tree.
Yeah, be sad for the trees and whatever that means for the area.
I am Saren. I speak for the trees.
Yeah. Well, with
Somebody
somebody
say fuck you.
with so many fae in the area, like knowing that there's fae in the area too, I think
Yeah.
that's especially why it's something that they're feeling strongly about.
I feel that.
As far as shovels are concerned, I do not have any shovels. However, I do have a ladle and some pots and pans that might help move dirt a little bit better.
It's
I would
winter.
say it will help you when it comes to actually once you've loosened the dirt, but a ladle is not going to break frozen earth. So once you've loosened the dirt, you kind of get below that frozen layer. The pots and pans and stuff might help, but also might damage them. To be honest.
Yeah.
But first, you got to get through the frozen part.
Yeah, so she'll probably be using her hands.
Okay, that's going to take time and hours.
Is there enough dried wood in the area to build a pyre?
There is enough wood.
There's enough wood to build a pier or a pyre.
Pyre, yes. Especially with the logs that were in the deadfall, because there were several. Like, it wouldn't be like a magnificent pyre or anything, but like you could probably fashion something, yeah.
Instead of trying to break the earth itself, we could set up a funeral pyre. Unless you have something that follows a different religion of sorts. It is mostly a courtesy to the dead that needs to be followed.
She kind of shifts a little, like, thinking about it. Like, she's definitely weighing things in her mind.
I think it would be better to do a fire than having a
I figure we have enough arsonists in here.
It's not that.
He's
After a little while of her
I wish you could have been a newt.
trying to move the frozen dirt and being very unsuccessful with it because she doesn't have anything. And by the way, I think I figured out what my first rogue skill is going to be.
Dig a hole.
Umbral gear. So
Okay, I dig it.
she Umbral gear, basically when you're in low light or darkness, you can basically fashion gear out of like the shadows. So
Gotcha.
I could fashion a shovel at that point. But unfortunately,
Shadow shovel.
yeah. Unfortunately, right now she doesn't have anything, and you can see a bit of frustration on her face, and a bit of regret before kind of resigning to it. There's
If you could help gather some of these sticks, or at least move the logs. And Sakura, if you could help me with the body.
She'll nod, and you can kind of see that her ears are kind of drooping. She kind of like this.
Build funeral pyre, go.
Yeah.
It will take you some time. And also burning a body also takes time. Just throwing that out there. Bodies to burn fully take fucking hours. Especially with just regular fire as opposed to, funeral home fire.
Yes, well, we don't have to stick around for that.
So you want to increase the chance that the forest will catch on fire.
You said we were in a
Let's
clearing,
use
though.
fire in the middle of the snow?
I didn't say it was likely. But there's always a chance.
Yes. Let's look at that 0.1% move up to 0.5%.
Do you want to test those odds?
Sure.
No.
Oh boy.
The tree
We're
creature
around
does
a
not.
forest fire.
You won't be cold anymore. Guess what? It doesn't catch on fire.
I would have flown away if it did.
You got a 43. If I rolled a 50 even.
She's good with 20s. She's great with 6s. She's great with 8s.
He knows my weakness.
Percentile, guys?
It's percentile.
You're safe.
Well, I wouldn't say safe.
There is a counterbalance of you have, like, the Will Wheaton of the group.
But yes, I have a weakness. It's percentile.
Percentile dice, I'm the bad guy.
He's the Ashley Johnson of the group.
Gotcha. But
I'll roll that encounter.
Real briefly, in crit roll this week, it was Ashley's turn to roll the percentile for random encounter, and she rolled an ancient white dragon.
Ah.
I still think
Everybody else
that
rolled, no storm and wolves.
Yeah. I still think that it wasn't the percentile. I think it was the D8. That the percentile was something was hunting them.
Yeah,
and
something
then
major, and I think the D8 was what and or how many.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, the worst case scenario. I see.
I wonder if she rolled another one if they would have gotten the witch. Or the hag, I mean.
The hag? Nah, I don't think so. Anyway.
Loved that.
Besides the point. But yeah, so over the course of and it will take you the rest of it. Just to build it will take you into the evening. To build it successfully, essentially. As none of you are Pharasmans. This is not your usual jam. You kind of have to wing it with some engineering. And some prayers. Lots of prayers. I'm not saying it'll take you the rest of the day, just it will be approaching evening by the time you finish. And get the body on there, burn it, make sure it catches, wait for... Because I assume you'd wait at least until, you can tell it's actually caught, as opposed to just smokes a lot.
Yeah.
So, by that point, it's starting to approach dusk.
I say a prayer to the shadows themselves to hopefully guide this lost soul to his fair judgment. May he find peace with Pharasma, and may he find the justice that is appropriate to his life.
So Cora is going to say her own prayers to rest still. Basically asking that he find his way back home to his family and that he can find peace in where he ends up. She is going, if we are staying nearby, going to wait until there's a bit of ash, and even if it's not from the body itself, but from the burning of the logs, she's going to gather a bit of it up and just set it aside so that when they do get to a place or they find someone who is part of the family, that there's a place that he's buried, a place where the family can come and make their own peace, which is mainly what for her was her big struggle, is that there isn't a place where he's buried. But yeah, it's not very quiet.
During all this, because I did not,
Participate.
can I do a couple more checks to see of like, again, nothing specific, but like,
Yeah, just kind of scoping out the area.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll say this takes probably. You guys reached it mid-afternoon. It's just I'd say you get probably 3 more, 1 per hour. I'll say.
Okay. So just roll perception 3 times.
Yeah,
All right. Hopefully.
She could take 20.
that's true. You could if you want. You're not under any.
As long as there's no
There's no.
reasonable chance of failure. Or
Yeah,
something
there's
going
no
wrong.
clear and present danger. You're taking your time. You can basically vibe and just scope it out. Take however long you want. You can
I
take
would-
20.
It would be the entire time because I have if
Yeah, so-
everybody else is just focused on making this
In
higher.
Pathfinder, you can take. You generally roll. You can take 10 on certain things if it's you're under a little pressure, but like high stakes, and you can take 20 if it's like I'm just vibing.
Yeah.
So in this
I
case,
think
we're saying you're pretty much just vibing, so you can take 20 on them.
Okay. So that's
Which means
an
it is-
automatic 20.
Yeah, it assumes that you rolled a 20. So whatever
Okay.
your bonus is all it's added.
What is that? I don't know what my bonuses are.
Looks like it's a +2 to your mod.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
basically 22s across the board. Let me see here. With where you guys are. Okay. Is that curl back? Sorry, I'm just kind of making sure I'm looking at the right
All good.
things. Okay. Oh, that's what's there. Okay. Oh, that's how I missed it. I didn't. You can see that the river kind of curls back. It doesn't continue in a straight line. It curls back around into the south. So you know now that just kind of as a landmark, essentially, that you could follow that as some sort of landmark. Trying to think what else you see. Kind of thinking like in the area. I would say, just with that basic roll, you do find some spots of, like some wild mushrooms and stuff. Not able to identify whether they're poisonous or not, but you find them. You're able to find some various fungi and edibles and such. Edibles. Not what I meant by that, but okay, we'll go with it.
Fungus.
Yeah, so some fungus and such. Possibly wild garlic or wild onions or something as well. A few animals in this area is the big notice. Is that like they're
There's not like you know how there would be like distant like noises of birds, so it's
Right,
loud
like-
kind of.
yeah,
even for winter?
it's weirdly quiet here.
Okay.
That's the one that it takes you the longest to notice, but after some time, like when you're picking some of the onions or whatever, you kind of realize that there's no animal noises that you can hear. Like, and you actually stop and listen for a minute, kind of waiting to see, like, usually there's still, there's winter birds and animals, just nothing.
Yeah, I make a mental note of that to ask the fairies about. But yeah, I would gather at least if there's a somewhat looking recognizable fungi, those I'll touch because
Yeah.
I'm not stupid. But like,
Yeah. You have an inclination that these are probably fine.
Yeah.
There's not 100% which ones they are, but they're probably the fine ones.
And if not, the fairies can come.
I mean, probably.
Probably, yeah. So yeah, I would do that, and then like eventually, like once it starts coming evening and everything, and it doesn't seem like if anybody's not like, because they're understandably busy with what they're doing, not looking out for me, meaning we're not heading out, then that's
Right.
when I would return to our camp, apparently.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think Saren would actually help either, because I think chopping up these trees that he chopped up to burn him would not sit well with her. But again,
Sure.
wouldn't do it. But I think they would have wandered off enough to where they could set up a camp and try to set the camp for everybody.
Sweet.
Despite not ever being the person that does that. So things are, they tried to put the tents up, they tried to, whatever, but it's probably a little
Kay
more
tries to
rickety
help.
than usual. Yeah, it's a little more rickety than usual. And then I think after that, they would have hung up their wind chime that they do have, and gathered some, I don't know exactly what in winter would work, but I assume that they would, just being Gathling what they are, be able to find enough, what's the word, pliable branches from the area where the trees were cut down that they would
Yeah.
braid into a part of their top. So they're adding,
I'd say kind of same thing. You would take 20 to basically find
yeah,
appropriate twigs and sticks and such to do so.
they're kind of adding a apology trinket from the tree to
Yeah.
their top.
That makes sense.
So yeah, everybody would have a somewhat put together camp and a somewhat put together fire.
You're like looking at the fire, like you've set it up, you haven't lit it yet. You're like, yeah, this looks pretty good. There's usually rocks around this, isn't there? Oh wait, I'll go get rocks.
It takes much longer than it would have taken anybody else, probably, but
A little bit. But Ami's rope is like carefully coiled on top of her bedroll. Prepped. You've already tied the knots in it.
Nice.
But yeah, it's all things considered that you don't really have a whole lot of camping experience.
these tents.
The tents are standing. They seem like they, as long as there's not any major gusts of wind, would probably stay standing. There's a fireplace with rocks around it, and there's wood in the fireplace, and stuff.
Yeah,
You're much better at the braiding, though.
yes, definitely.
So,
Yeah.
as evening falls and the glow of the pyre continues, I will say the rest of you, correct me if I'm wrong, but that the rest of you will make your way to Saren's camp. Set up.
I set like all the gathered ingredients towards like wherever area that usually that Kura like does the cooking, and I'll just leave it there, for because I trust Kura would know what's good and what's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would know that, right? Like, or
I
at
mean,
least
you can certainly roll for it.
can I roll cooking?
Yes.
Okay.
I will 100% because you have that specialization. Let you roll craft cooking for this.
Because I don't have nature.
Yep. There you go. All right. With a 16, you can definitely identify. She did not end up gathering anything poisonous.
Okay.
There's one or two things where it's like, oh yeah, this is commonly mistaken for that. It's just really bitter and nasty, and you toss those out, kind of thing. But like nothing worrisome.
Okay.
Just kind of like, oh, no, not this one.
Yeah.
But no harm done. But otherwise, yeah, she found like some wild onions, wild garlic kind of thing. It's kind of nice, and some mushrooms. It's nice. It'll be a good addition.
It's like a risotto.
Mm.
She'll break up some of the jerky from the rations to soften in some water to mix in with, you know, it's not part of the meal, but it's like the added bonus for people who do want meat.
You're seasoning it with jerky.
It's more separate.
Rabagout.
Huh?
She's trying to make rabagout.
I have no idea what that is.
That was from the Jackbox game that we played last week.
Oh yeah,
Right. Yeah.
Rabagout.
I forgot all about that, and I'm the one who made up that word.
Exactly. It's in the
Jazz
lexicon.
But
Forever.
it's more of a separate thing. Like, you know how you have curry and rice? The risotto is more of the rice, and then the meat is something you can put on top of it.
It's a garnish.
A very meaty garnish.
Yeah. Meat garnish. That sounds like Borderlands. Anyway. But
People will at least, you know, normally when Sakura's cooking, there's more joy in it. She's very somber throughout the night.
I think I go towards. It's Tig that's the one that's in Sakura's hair, right?
yes. It's
So I go
not
to
a
the-
scare now. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So I go to the other one.
Pearlavash.
Pearlavash, yeah. And I go, so, do you know why there's no animals around here?
We told them to go.
Oh. So it's not any other bad reasons, it's because you asked them to.
I mean, not that I know of, no. We just told them that the big meaning Bigginses was here and they should go.
Wow. Okay, well that puts me a little bit better at ease. I'm used to hearing other voices when I'm out foraging.
Feel that.
And I think I probably kept one of the mushrooms and handed to them.
As we go about, I politely call Saren over.
Yes.
It is quite appreciated that you attempted to set up camp. Just a couple of notes that might help.
Yes.
And he politely, shows her some ways to help set up camp just a bit faster. And
The stakes
start
go in the
asking
ground. Oh.
for some words in silver.
He asks for some?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Okay. Sorry.
So we
my
can
brain
learn
processed
silver.
slowly. Yeah. Yeah, and they'll definitely tell you some words as they're going. And they will listen, because despite their air of I am better about a lot of things, they do want to learn how to do some of these things a little better. So yeah, they'll do that with you. And I think they'll try to sneak in a question or two about Maine as well. So trying to learn a fact or two about them. I'm trying to think of what they would ask. I think because you had
My
agreed
favorite
to give
color.
info about the courts, right? Was that your
Yeah.
family? Okay. So I think while they're looking at something that he's showing her, I think Saren will ask, did your court, if you call it that, react badly to your mishap, shall we call it?
Which mishap?
Oh, there's more than one. The one that you talked to us about when you stopped studying the arcane.
It was a rumor for a time.
So they do not know.
Hmm?
So they do not know the truth of the matter.
It is not that they don't know or could not find out. It is the propensity for enjoying a story, whether it is true or
I suppose I can understand that. Sometimes the
not. You would,
most fun tale to hear in the tavern is the most exaggerated one.
But as things happen in courts, it came and it went. A great many tales are blown well out of proportion, and a great many tales are never mentioned at all.
And will you tell me more about this mishap if I asked?
Have you asked?
No. I thought it might be rude.
When you feel comfortable enough to ask, I may feel comfortable enough to answer.
I'm not very good at being patient about these things, but I feel that you probably have a lot you could share. I won't test you just yet.
I look
think-
forward to that conversation.
They'll go back to gathering, but they're clearly thinking and they're coming up with ideas in their head of what could possibly have happened that would, cause this little thing of, losing connection to the arcane. Because they know more about magic than they kind of expressed in that conversation, just naturally and from their experience. So they know that that's not a small thing. So they're coming up with a list of ideas that's probably going to be found on their stationery somewhere.
I hope you are enjoying that. High spot.
Cat watches. Anybody else for the evening, or do you all lay your weary heads to rest?
I am setting up for guard shift.
Okay.
I believe if order has it, Saren will start off. I will take second shift, followed by Ami and then Kane. Correct me if I'm wrong?
Cora always takes the last shift. So
But
that
with a
she
new
can-
person, one person gets
One person gets a
Okay,
break
yeah.
every night, yeah.
like last one. Saren didn't have a shift.
Mhm.
For night off.
So am
Is
I
your-
getting the night off?
You get the next one, I think, right?
Kana does.
Yeah. Kana gets the next
Well,
one. Sakura
Tomorrow
gets this one.
night's my night.
That's what I'm trying to say is that Sakura would always take the last shift because she would be making breakfast. So,
So you wouldn't
she'll-
take a night off at all?
Okay. So Saren, Main, Ud, and Sakura?
Either Ami or Kana. It's up to.
I'll take it because I figured, Kana wasted her energy helping her sister with the fire, so it deserves to sleep.
Works.
I will be right back.
That's fine, because you have last shift. So, Saren, give me that perception.
I don't want to. I'm so bad at it. God. 8.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. Down here. Come on, load. Do it. Do it. There we go. Okay. Okay. So you do not notice anything.
I don't like that.
Maine.
9. It's a bad night for dice.
See, and this is why I'm not weak. Because I can see the world. Maine. You do not notice anything.
Perception. Come on. Be good. Be good. Please be good. 14.
Highest so far.
I think that's the highest I've ever gotten on these scar checks.
Ami, you did not notice anything. It's all up to Saki. Who's not back yet.
That's okay. I like this. I like that it's all,
No
I
pressure.
mean, it doesn't have to be a bad thing that we don't know.
It doesn't. You may have just not noticed something very mundane.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Exactly.
Well, while we wait, would Maine have tried to say anything in the pass off to Ami?
No. His answer was probably his wake up for you was probably a bit closer to your guard shift than the previous night.
You would have, I think, third shift. You would have found Ami like asleep, but she would have been cross-legged with a cooling cup of like probably like her third cup of tea. Seemingly an attempt to have stayed up until her third shift. And you don't see the rope, so you don't know about the rope yet.
Hey, whatever your kink is, it's okay. He's already accepted that, one has an interest in bandit.
I know, right?
Another has this weird fire thing, even though she's flammable. Someone just likes getting beat up on the side. So, he's going to find out you like getting tied up and getting rope burns.
That's one way to put it.
This is an interesting group.
Yeah. Yeah. It is that.
Mm-hmm. It's just
There she is.
nothing.
Neffy's return. Neffy will save us, hopefully.
Neffy will notice.
Duffy's gonna be like, really, guys?
So Neffy, no pressure. It's your watch. Nobody has noticed anything.
We got one character in Shibari, one character in the...
So it is your turn to roll the perception check and see if you notice anything. No pressure.
Okay. Where's my...
You are still
Sorry.
muted. There you go.
Yep. I'm
Yeah,
trying
so-
to find my character sheet.
So no pressure, but the high roll for tonight was 14.
Still a high roll.
Still a high roll. An 11.
12 if it has
Yeah.
anything to do with shiny things or traps.
Neffy, you Sakura, I should say. You don't notice anything.
Oh
No pressure.
boy.
No pressure.
Well, if I don't notice anything, I'm going to start making
What's your
breakfast.
perception again, Sakura?
My perception is a +5, I think. Oh, one moment. No, I'm sorry. It's a no. That should be a plus.
It's +4. You rolled a 7.
Yeah,
I thought your perception was higher. My apologies.
I thought
Oh,
it was higher too.
I think you've just rolled a few times really well, so we all thought it was higher base level. Which is a good thing.
It might be because I don't have any wisdom.
That would make it. Yeah, you could.
But as I pointed out, and as Kay so rightly observed, that doesn't mean y'all didn't notice anything bad. That just means y'all didn't notice anything. So it's entirely possible that you didn't notice a moth. It's also entirely possible you didn't notice the nightmare dire moth. And you're all in a hellscape of dreams.
But the important thing is, do I
You
notice
didn't
that
notice.
No, in the morning.
Oh,
Is my vest
morning.
still there?
Roll the perception.
Oh my god. Okay. There's the fucking.
You
Nat
notice that
20.
your vest is in the exact same place you left it.
It's looking exactly the same, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Completely untouched, unblemished, unharmed. It is exactly where it was.
That's all that matters.
Is Tig and
Pearlavash?
Pearlavash, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I kept wanting to call him Percival too, so you're not alone with that. They're still with us, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They have not left. Yet.
So I am going to make sure that I am cooking for everybody in the morning after, it gets close to the time we normally break camp. Since we did stay, this will be kind of the time that she would go and collect the ash from the actual fire pit and put it aside. Keep it like she would have it in like a rolled up piece of cloth that's not gonna sift through, and then she's gonna stitch it up kind of like an envelope, so and put it very carefully in like something else so it doesn't just like get everywhere.
You can do that.
I do that. I'm gonna
Okay.
add that
It
to
is-
my inventory so I don't forget.
Asshole ashes. You guys break up camp, or you eat, I should say. Since I don't know if there's anything y'all want to talk about there.
Yeah, Lane is anxious this morning and just wants to get on the road.
Valid.
Yeah, Ami knows if she even talks about it, she's just gonna piss them off, so she's not. She just chats with RK. Everything. So unless someone speaks to Ami, she's just like, this was a waste of a day. Oh, the past day. And it's like, not that she's sluggish when like we all break camp and like head off, but she's more like, all right, are we going now? Can we go now? Kind of like energy. It's like,
And I think in response to that energy, Saren will kind of look at their little Fae friends and then kind of look back at the group and realize, where are we headed now?
we had an original destination, didn't we?
Yeah, we were going to the temple or fort that was in the middle of the woods.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, are our friends here coming with us? And I think she'll look to Tiggs, and I'm gonna keep saying Percival. It's gonna
Tig and Pearlavash are like, oh no.
Pearlavash.
Nope. We gotta go home.
Do we,
We cannot hear you, honey.
I think he asked about landmarks, is what I.
do we have enough landmarks to find our way to our next location without guidance? Or do we have to go back to where we initially met Tig and Pearlavash?
I do mention that it seems like if we follow the river, it'll head because we were going southward, right?
No.
Originally?
We kind of
Yeah.
were, but
Yeah, we went west to get to this spot, but we were
Orig-
going south. Yeah.
Yeah, so we need to go southeast to go back.
So I will mention that it looks like the river corners south. That right? Like it seems like it hooks southeastwardly at least a little bit. Is that?
Can't
I
figure it
mean,
out.
Yes, it looks like it goes in that general direction.
Yeah. So then I will mention that we could follow the river a bit.
I'm a little worried about following the river.
What are you not worried about?
Hap said that Trestle follows the river.
That was the other river,
The other river goes
where the
south.
camp is, right?
You are, just to clarify, you would be aware that the Thorn River camp is named for the Thorn River. It kind of makes a loop.
So it's possible that this is the same river.
Right. You're
We just
not
don't have confirmation.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's entirely possible, because they mentioned that there is a loop, it's entirely possible this is just a continuation of the Thorn River. So you don't know.
Well, Pearlavash and Tig.
Yeah.
Can you get home safely?
We got it.
And can you find us again if you need us? Because I kind of feel like you can. Can't hear you.
Probably. We could probably figure it out. But we live where you found us. So if you need us, just drop by and be like, hey, stop.
I was more worried about you needing us. If you're, I
You're
won't.
cool.
I
You're
won't
cool
talk-
and all, but I don't think we'll need you.
Can I ask you one favor?
Yeah.
If your friend
Uh-huh.
from the first world,
Mhm.
the one we don't talk about,
Mm-hmm.
comes back,
Mm-hmm.
will you try to find us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you'll probably just go where all the Bigginses go. So we'll just wait till we find the Bigginses and follow them.
That's probably a fair course of action.
Yeah.
Sakura.
Before they go,
Yeah.
Mine calls out to Pearlavash and Draconic.
Yeah.
Remember, if you happen to come across anything of valuable insights, I'm looking.
I mean, you got friends all around you.
I'm referencing the deal we made.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know, but he gives you that advice anyway.
All right.
Before they go, Sakura, once she hears that they're leaving, she's basically digging around in her pack to find something that would be something to give them to remember them by.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't have a lot of trinkets or anything like that, but she does have
The shiny stone that someone gave you.
And a button.
that was a gift somebody gave me. I don't re-gift things. But
Oni.
like I have like sewing stuff. So would I be able to give them like a button each? Like a unique button each? Look, not like unique like one kind, but like unique as in like Pearl has one and then Tig has another one that's different.
I think that would be reasonable.
Okay.
That you have kind of a small collection of buttons for fixing various items of clothing you possess.
Mm.
And so you'd be able to like pick a different one for each of them.
Yeah. And she'll also take like some berries that they have that they've been putting in the porridge and give them to them as well and say, please don't forget Veritas. We'll miss you.
I'll forget you guys. You guys are weird.
At least we will stick out in your minds for being weird, and that I will appreciate.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
Bye. Sakura looks very sad to see them go.
Like 30
You know,
seconds later, they turn around.
Gently
Okay, bye.
pat you on the shoulder. And we will see them again. The Fae have a way of popping up in your life, no matter when they want to.
Yeah, Sarah.
Oh, Spot.
I know.
Running
Like
around
Spot.
with a cat toy in her mouth.
Oh, is she
Calling.
calling? Yep.
Yeah.
Dad. They could have come with us, but I could tell that they are the kind of fae that like to stay where they're put.
I know. It's just... It's always sad parting. Even if it's for a little while.
Saren looks reflective. Like, is it? Is it sad to leave places? Unsure.
It's sad to part from one another, is what she's saying. Like,
Sounds fake, but okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's going through Ami's head. It's like, sounds fake.
That's not how they think. It's okay. It's just like they're like looking reflective because they're like an interesting way to think of things.
Gender is a construct, and goodbyes are sad.
Gonna
It can't
die.
be sad if you forget about the goodbyes.
Where are the genders?
Or the genders, yeah.
Genders don't matter. They're hilarious.
Genders are weird.
wee!
So yeah, I think like I wouldn't head the group because I know I don't know, survival stuff. But like if I would just head in the direction, basically almost similarly the same direction that the fairies went because that's where we were. But not hugging the river because of Kuro's worries.
Well, that and looking at the map, I don't see the river going right through where we're going.
It curved. That's what I learned from not spending the entire day working on the pyre.
Yeah,
But
but
I learned about where the river bends towards.
it's...
But we can't
Appreciate
see it
your-
because the icon is in the way. But yeah.
But it kind of looks like...
But
it goes
that's fine.
this-
If Kura does not want to believe Ami is fine with
I
that.
think so.
Still can't see it.
No, I had to.
Oh, I see. You just drew the.
Yeah, I was still on the wrong layer, so I was moving the map. Not
Oh, yeah.
it.
Yeah, I thought the map wiggle for a second. I was like, earthquake?
Yeah. But yeah, you can see that this is the hex y'all are in. You're down here.
Yeah.
You can see that there's stuff over here, but you can also see that it is over here. So it's hard to tell whether it connects this way or... Sorry, I should probably have some sort of... You can't tell if it connects this way or if it loops around this way, and this might be either a different branch or a different river entirely. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Yeah.
That's why I said we would hug it for just a little bit before.
Cool. So we're on the road today.
Yes.
We have our very rough map drawn
Yep.
by our lovely photographer friends.
Yep.
And we're headed towards where we think the abandoned temple is.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy enough to roughly follow them, but branch slightly, since y'all do know that your original location was more southward than where they're headed. So it would not be hard to adjust your travel to that way.
So, attempting a survival check to kind of figure out where we're going. I don't think the book would really be of much use on this one, but I do have a
Probably not.
compass.
The compass might be very useful.
Natural 20
Nice.
Okay.
plus 2 for the compass. 22.
So, with a 22, and based off of where roughly on the map you think y'all were headed in the first place, essentially. The where you go, location. You're able to figure out what you believe is the right course, and you feel very confident that this is what we want to do. I will say, luckily, because y'all are so close to the edge, because just where the body was very, very close to the edge. I would say that basically y'all hit the destination hex, for mechanical terms here, same day. Like you pretty much start travel there after just a couple hours. So the majority of your travel will be within that hex. So you feel fairly confident you might reach your destination late in the day. So there you go. Who would like to roll? See what happens during your day of travel.
Okay.
Roll them percentile, friendo.
You guys sure? All right.
Yeah, do it.
That way we can blame you.
I vastly prefer that.
0, 8.
0, 8. Okay. I need you to roll a d4 for me.
Can I roll the ducky d4?
That is up to the roller if he wants to let you roll the d4.
For it.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Roll your d4 and tell me what you
I'm the
get.
ducky. Ducky, lucky. Lucky ducky.
For everybody else who doesn't know, I have a bathtub full of rubber ducky dice.
I love those dice. They're so cute.
3.
3. Okay. So, y'all are traveling along. Doot, 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 doot. We're going to use this map for the purpose of this particular encounter. Because this is just the spare map that I have for such things. Because reasons. And let me grab y'all's toes. So I have everybody. Doop.
I warned you.
I warned you. And copy and pasta. There we go. And that should transfer all the same things over and everything. So
Yeah.
y'all are coming up from roughly that direction. There you go. And you should be able to see on this map. Y'all can see, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. A pretty green field full of nothing to worry about.
Good.
Okay, I can
So,
see.
yes.
Oh,
I can see, but we're missing my yin.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Because I had 4 of y'all grouped.
Oh, that's it.
Please.
And
Oh,
Ami's name isn't showing up for some reason.
There he is.
Also, I need to take out the tired icon.
Yeah.
Uh,
Copy. Sorry, Maine.
How do I do this? There we
No,
go.
you're fine.
Paste. There you go.
Nope, that's not what I want.
That's death.
Yeah. I thought that was the delete
Casual.
button. There we go.
No, that's the death button. Just for
No death for
reference.
me.
Boop. There you go. Where settings? See. There. Now you should be good. Is that good? Everybody can see everything?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. All right. So, thing I was doing before the other things was thing. Didn't count for this one, so we're gonna use this. There you go. Those will do. And we're gonna tint them.
I would have been real mad if they were the wolves. I'm like, I fed you. How dare you betray me like
I
this?
fed you, fuckers.
I could have had all the stew.
Oh, come on. Was there a yellow? Yes, there is. There we go. That way I know what order they're going. So, and off to the southeast. There we go. I can do thing. You see 3 wild boars.
Ooh,
You know, relaxing, doing their thing. Shut up.
Katie has opinions.
I feel like it was Google or.
Oh, Google.
Yeah, it was Alex A, as my family likes to call it,
Ah,
because that doesn't wake them up.
yes.
But yes, for some reason she had things to say. She had commentary. Anyway,
Oh,
so
did
y'all
I
see
fall?
3 wild boars doing, I don't know, 4 things. Digging through snow. We'll say
I bet
digging
it's
through
really boring.
Maine,
Digging through snow. Yes, Maine.
Maine carefully cocks his crossbow, glances towards the rest of the party.
You see Kana with just like a grin on her face. She knows.
Fine, I get to punch something. And
Would give us rations for a while.
Mm-hmm. Fresh meat in our food.
Big pig.
Cora looks at them for a while. She seems a little more reserved than normal still. And she kind of looks to the rest of the group to see what they want to do. Like, she feels like she's been selfish enough, so she's not going to weigh in. She'll allow others to decide.
I shrug and I'm like, I'm not a hunter.
This is a question to the DM. I know it's winter.
Mm-hmm.
However,
Mm-hmm.
plants still exist under
Yes, they
the
do.
snow.
Yes.
Plants that abilities can be used on.
Yes.
Because if we're going to decide to hunt them, I can use one of my spell-like abilities, but I was not sure because it is winter if it would be
I
possible.
think there are the base unit, if you will. Essentially, how I count it is you're essentially, even though you're controlling the plants, you're pretty much controlling the roots. And so as long as the root is still there, you can still use the plant.
Okay. So,
So-
how far away are we? Question mark. I'm trying to find my thingy.
Yeah. There you go.
About 70, 80 feet.
Yeah.
Depending on who you are. I'm right in the middle, so it's like...
75 to 80 feet.
Yeah, so 70 to 80 would be a safe assumption.
Okay.
They do not seem to have noticed you yet.
Yeah. Because I can cast this from very far, so that's why I'm wondering if now is the right time or not, because I don't know how far Maine can shoot. I think I'm going to ask it, Maine. How far can you shoot?
100 feet? Fine. 80. Sorry. I was thinking longbow. But I can land 80. That's
Okay.
Yeah,
fine.
you're well within that range.
Yeah, you're
Alright.
in range with all 3 of them.
Then I am going to.
Maine carefully dismounts his horse.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
He
Prepared
I
for
forgot.
he doesn't
crossbow.
walk.
Yeah, he's the only one that doesn't walk.
He prepares his crossbow. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. I think seeing this, Saren would go ahead and I'm going to use my spell-like ability.
Sweet.
Ooh,
Um,
tangle.
Yes. So you can read it there, but essentially the plants in the area will rise up and trap.
They do get a save, however.
Yes, I know. So we'll see if it helps or not.
As she's doing this, I also take my first shot, which should, if they're not prepared, should catch them flat-footed.
They are.
They are
It does. It does. Sorry, what I was saying is like, yes, you catch them flat-footed.
I like that Saren's like, yeah, I'll help you hunt. I just don't eat this.
It's very appreciated.
Okay, so I've got the reflex saves rolled. Let me double check their. Okay, that's 3, so. Because they're, yeah. Okay. Alright, I've got that stuff rolled. So. Roll, and then. Miss anything else? No, okay. Alright, what is the DC for this spell? I know it's a reflex save, but what is your DC?
I don't know. So it's a spell-like ability, and hold on, let me pull up the thing again. So I don't know what it would be.
The DC for this check is equal to DC. Oh no, that's the spell, like the breaking out.
Where is it? I thought I had it on that paper, but I don't. See if I can see real quick.
If you're on your spell page, this should be a DC level.
Mine's really weird because of I had to
Yeah, we're special classes, so
yeah.
we have to use our spell books differently.
It might be, I mean, we could just go with what it says, which mine would be like 15 then.
Okay.
But
Then
I don't know if that's actually accurate or not. That was
Okay.
the wizard one.
that
That's what I had to
sounds
use.
about right.
Yeah.
Give me a second here to kind of play with this. That way it's a little.
We just have the plants and develop all of them. Okay, we're done.
All right.
I wish.
Husbando, brain is broke. 40-foot radius, 8 squares by 8, correct? Or is that 4 by 4?
Circle, yeah.
Yeah, but I can't make circle, so. Actually, no, I can. Never mind. I got you. I got a better idea.
So pretty.
I know. But we're gonna have to work with something else, just that way it's not so blocked.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Oh. There it is.
Sure? Okay. Yeah, 40-foot radius is 40 by 40, or is it 20 by 20?
It's radius.
I know, my brain is broken.
So radius is
So it's 8 foot.
80.
Oh.
Yeah, 80 by 80.
3, 4,
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
6, 7, 8. Okay. 80 by 80, centered around them.
That's a 40 by 40. You're talking like
It's a very large
Yes.
area.
Ow.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
It
It's
can be
40 foot
smaller.
radius, yeah, so it's 80, so
I toned it down. Question mark.
there's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
What's happening?
16.
Uh,
There.
And it's almost midnight, so.
Yeah, I know. So
I
there.
mean 9 o'clock.
Yes.
I mean, for her, she's probably.
Yeah, so I'm correct. Oh, that's such a better circle than mine. Why can't I select
You
yours?
want this?
It's centered around them. Centered
yeah.
around orange. How's that?
No.
Okay, perfect. Done. Okay. There you go. Red and orange made their saves. Yellow did not. And I'm literally, just to make it easy for myself, I'm doing red, orange, yellow order because reasons.
And happens I take my first shot.
Okay.
16 to hit.
What's that good place? Let me entangle. Fuck it. Sure, that's a good entangle. Sure. Okay, 16. 16 will hit. Go ahead and roll dabblage.
5 points of damage.
And that's on yellow? That's the closest
Yes.
one? Okay, just making sure. It lets out a horrible fucking, like, sound, as pigs do. Especially a stuck pig. And, I dare say they are, like, super aware of you guys now, so let's roll for initiative.
Oh yeah.
Look, man, I tried, okay?
Open. There we go.
Oh, God. Sorry, I'm so used to trying to add everybody. There, I fix. It's okay, I fix. It's okay, I fix.
I don't know. Is my...
So how does run work again?
I think I messed mine up. How I entered it. I think my 2 should be in there. I don't know. On my sheet, this is a sheet question.
Okay.
What
Should I put the +2? So I have a reactionary trait for combat initiative checks. I did not put it into miscellaneous additions to the initiatives. Should I just put that in there to make it easier, considering that's...
Yeah, that's what I did.
Does that make
'cause I had
sense?
also a bonus.
I didn't put it in because it's only for combat initiative checks, right? So, like, there is a chance in some situation.
Oh, is there? Because I just have it in.
No, I didn't want to mess up the sheet when I made it, so I just want to ask. Should I just put it in there to make life easier? So the number is accurate? Like, do you know what I mean?
For my...
Sorry, it was doing their initiatives, and also there's a question, and also whatever your initiative is. Sorry. Question was.
Should I put my reactionary trait combat initiative bonus into the miscellaneous so that it just auto tallies it into my...
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Initiative for Maine.
Me too. Put
Okay.
it in.
Okay. I'm just gonna mark these as...
Oh, the question has is how does run work again?
Running, you
Yeah.
can run 4 times your speed,
But I have to roll
unless you
for it,
have a
right?
feat that says otherwise or an ability, blah, blah, blah. You're in light armor, right?
Yes.
Okay, 4 times your speed for up to your constitution modifier in round. But you're considered flat-footed for the purposes of attacks of opportunity, and you'll provoke an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
If they're within double your move distance, you could charge instead.
Okay. That's not what I want.
Okay, everybody good?
Yep.
Okie dokie. Top of the round. Sakura, what would you like to do?
I am going to move over here into the bush,
Mm-hmm.
and I would like to hide.
Okie dokie. Excuse me.
So I roll a stealth check, right?
Yes. And Kana rolled a nat 1, so she's going to miss her first turn.
Fucking love that.
Yeah, that's how it works. You roll nat 1 on initiative, you miss your first turn. If you roll nat 20, you get a surprise round. That is a nat 1 on your stealth, though it does total to a 10.
Yeah.
So, you feel like you found some cover? You know, it's not like the best. In order to get a good view, it's a little tough.
Yeah.
Because you're still not sure where they're going to move, besides just towards your party. So, you have a little difficulty figuring out a good spot, is what I'll say.
Alright. And that will be my turn.
Okay.
Oh, stealthing is an attack, right? Or an action, right?
Yeah, it's a standard action.
Okay.
Okay. Maine. Unless you have any additional actions you would like to. I mean, you did a move and a standard, so.
Take my move action to reload.
Okay.
And take another shot at.
Same or different?
Orange.
Okay. Go ahead.
18, I'm going to assume 22 hits.
It does indeed. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Full damage at 8 points.
Okay. Tracking. Not a happy piggy. Much more.
All of them are wounded.
Yep. Much more noises. Screaming I'm just not going to do it that loud. But it is very loud. Hopefully nothing notices all the noises coming from here that you have to worry about. Is that the total of your turn, my dear?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Ami, it is your turn.
Does Seren's spell hinder me? Like, if I enter into that circle?
Yes.
It
is difficult terrain for everybody.
Yeah.
So, what I want to do is I want to run, but I need to run into the circle.
Okay.
At least one extra square in.
Basically, you'd be able to run up to the circle, and then it would be what, half speed, honey? I think it's how that.
Wait.
Because it hinders everyone. It's just difficult terrain, straight up.
Spell causes creatures that fail their save gain entangled. Creatures that can make their save move as normal, but those that remain in the area.
That's only when it's cast.
Creatures that move into the area must save immediately. Those that fail must end their movement and gain the entangled condition. So if you run into it, you have to make a save.
Difficult terrain while the effect lasts. So yes, half movement and no.
But that's assuming that she makes the save as soon as she enters.
I see.
Otherwise, your movement stops there.
So another finicky question. I'm trying to remember how to do things. If the circle bisects the square, does it consider the whole square as being part of the circle?
For the purposes of this, just make it fucking easy because squares and shit work funky. I'm going to say yes. I'll say basically like this square where it's like in half it does, but like this one where it's not really in half. If it's less than half, I will say no. How's that?
Okay.
If it's half or more, then yes, it counts as difficult. But if it's half or less, I'll say no. Because I know it's a little wonky.
Yeah, either way, I'm just useless for this battle, but I'll just run to here. And
the effect only lasts for
1 minute.
1 minute
per
level.
Per level. So for 10 rounds, though.
Yeah, it's 10 rounds, yeah.
I was like, it depends on how long we go and struggle with this.
Yeah.
I also am going to be useless after this, so.
Yeah, I'm just going to run here and see if they charge me, because I can't do anything else.
Do you want to, God, I always fuck this up, so I know people are going to yell at it, but would you like to hold a action that basically if they get near enough that will trigger you to cast something at them? They charge you and get within range?
Yeah.
Because that's totally a thing you can do.
Okay, yeah.
So if they get in range, what would you like that to trigger that you'd be able to do?
The only thing I can do is telekinetic projectiles, so I just throw a rock at them.
So yeah, if it gets within range of you, just let me know, and you will be able to do that.
Okay.
Because yeah, in Pathfinder you can basically and the terms I always fuck up, but basically you can hold an action where like if it gets within range, I want to do this. Or you can actually hold your turn, which means you move in the initiative order, but that's because you didn't do anything. And so when that gets, and you can activate that at a point where it's like, oh, hey, I want to activate my turn now. And so it would finish up, generally speaking, that person's turn. So like if you held it and then Saren was going, you would go right after Saren. And it would move you in the initiative order. So, but yeah, you can basically hold an action and say, hey, when they get within range of me, or if they charge me, it's usually one condition. But yeah, in this case, I understand what you're saying. That if they get close enough, I'm going to telekinetic projectile at them.
Right.
So that is what you should hold. So let me know if that trigger happens, and you will be able to do the thing.
Okay.
All right.
Ultimate.
Red, who is not entangled and therefore can move normally, I believe.
Still counts as difficult terrain.
Creatures that make their save can move as normal. But if it stays in the area, it makes the save again. Is what the spell says. Yes, creatures that fail
the entire
their
area is considered difficult terrain while the effect lasts.
Yeah. But yeah, but it can still...
It can move as normal, but the ground is still
in difficult terrain.
Yeah, I think it was just a language difference.
Gotcha. So it normally has a 40-foot movement. 40-foot movement. It can move 20. So it's going to move right here. It's basically just gonna like scree forward. Given that it's real fucking pissed off, because it is, I'm just gonna have it do a double move. And it's charging towards the first thing it can see. So it's going to charge right up to Ami. Because right in its path, which would trigger.
Yeah, so let me see. Let's see if it actually works. Click. Success, so 3 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. So we'll take 3 points of damage, which further pisses it off. Because they're all pissed off now. Okay. And that was a double move, so that's the end of its turn. Orange, having been hit, is going to do likewise, and is also just going to double move. It is not paying attention to threatening and whatnot, so technically it will threaten an attack of opportunity from you, Ami, if you have any sort of melee or anything that you can whack it with.
I do have... Yeah, I do have my dagger, so...
Which you did mention. So if you want to try to whack it with your dagger as it passes by you, feel free.
Yeah. 3 piercing.
Yeah, nice. So actually that's going to stop it in its tracks. One whole square, but hey, you know. And
it's a great position for you to be in, Ami.
Yeah.
Let's say
it's
that.
maybe not the comfiest, but... And it rees at you. Rees. Alright. Saren, your turn.
I did forget that I do have a crossbow on me, so yeah, I will load and fire my crossbow at... Sorry, I can't see.
Orange is the one that's pretty much directly in front of you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It was orange.
Okay. And it's the one that has been hit the most as well. Yeah. It is bleeding quite profusely.
So I will...
You're firing into melee combat.
Yep.
Well...
That's true, yes. Thank you. I'm going, yep, as if, you know that already.
Yeah, but I'm kind of in the same situation as Ami, that all my spells are useless from a distance. Like this far of a distance. Mm-hmm. But I'm not as willing to charge in as Ami is, so this is where we're at, so.
And what is your penalty for into melee?
I don't know. Minus one.
Minus one? Yeah. Then that will not hit. It just barely. It like hits the raised hair basically, and you see it like whiz past an ear. It might nick an ear or something. But it does gain its attention.
Good.
As it realizes that there's another attacker, and its bloodshot, beady Pumbaa eyes are like, motherfucker. So, onward! Yellow's turn. Yellow's gonna I think that sounds way different than what I intended, but whatever. This pig is fucked up, man, and it's entangled. Speaking of which, actually, I need to roll a save for Red real quick because Red is still technically in the entangled area. And Red passes, so Red is still not entangled. Okay. So, Queely McBoomba Pants over here is going to attempt to, break free and not be entangled no more. Because it fucking hates that. I dare say, yes, that is going to break it free because that's an 18 on the die plus, 4 strength. So, it does break free of the entanglement, but I believe that is a standard action and therefore it can't do a whole...
it to a move action.
Right. But at most it can move 20 feet. So, it is going to do that. And go squeal. Squonk. Alright. Kana, it is your... Oh, no, you missed this turn because nat 1. So you're just like, fuck! That's how it do. Sakura. It is your turn once more. Round 2. Fate!
Okay, one moment.
And for reference, this combat, once we finish it, will be the end of session. Because I know it's time.
I'm trying to figure out why it's telling me that my speed is 20. Because my speed should be 30.
I'm wearing light armor or medium armor?
Light armor. And I'm not over encumbered. I'm still on the light load. One moment. Speed 50.
For now, because of timing, we know it's supposed to be 30. Go ahead and function as 30. We'll figure out why later.
Oh, okie dokie.
Because I don't want to drag this on too much. So.
Yeah, that's weird. Because I know I'm wearing medium armor, so...
Yeah, so just function as though it's 30.
Let me go over here and see. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. No. So I am just going to move the full 30.
Okay.
Come on, game. And then I am going to throw one of my chakrams at the orange one.
Okay, go for it.
Don't think a 10 hits.
Yep, with a 10, it whizzes right past. Just... Alright. Maine. Here we go.
Ayn doesn't quite trust his shot enough to shoot into melee.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to take a 5-foot step as he loads his crossbow and then take a pop shot at yellow.
Go for it.
7 misses.
For sure. Ani.
Okay, if I want to, like in Final Fantasy, find the weakness, like elemental weakness of these things, that counts as an action, but I can still do a swift action after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what is it, knowledge nature to find out if they have any elemental weaknesses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Brain.
I love the thinking face.
The one that appears I'm having a brain aneurysm? Yeah. An 11. They're pigs. They're just fancy pigs. Fancy mad pigs. So you'd assume their elemental damage is steel and pokey things that cause blood.
Pokey thing.
Probably making them bleed until they stop moving is probably the thing they're vulnerable to.
Okay. Oh no, that does that thing. Good. All right. So then I'm gonna do my swift action. Cause I just don't want to do fire all the time. I'm not a one-trick pony, you know.
But you're an arsonist.
Which one looks more damage, orange or red?
Orange.
Okay, so I'm gonna do flame on, but it's because I just have it called that. But it's gonna be acid.
Okay.
So it's a punch basically, and then I have to do, but I just roll 1d6, right? Or do I have, right? Or do I just hit melee to see if it actually?
I think you still have to, like, attack, is what it looks like. If I'm reading this correctly, you still have to attack. Essentially, this adds a bonus to it.
Okay.
Of damage.
So then I just hit the melee button.
Yeah.
Because I'm just punching. Okay.
Yeah. That will hit.
All right. So that's
you punch the pig in the fucking face.
One acid damage.
But it's going to last 1 round per level, minimum 1. So it squeals and cries because you are sizzling its shenaz.
Anyone close enough that can see, like my arms is suddenly dripping in green acid as I punch.
Lovely.
What's up, buddy?
You can determine what element you want to be this week.
I can be all the elements.
Red Pickums. Red Pickums is mad.
Red Pickums?
Red Pickums is going to attack you, Ami.
Wait, did Red Pickums make its save at the end of its turn?
Yes.
It did.
Oh.
Red Pickums did indeed.
I tried.
Yep, no. But Red Pickums is going to attempt to hurt you real bad. Okay, and has a +4, so a 22 is gonna hit you.
Yeah.
Yeah, 22 does that. It is, Okay. So it squeals horribly and jabs its big old tusks into kind of your midsection and gores you for 7 points of damage.
I'm out.
Avi!
Out how?
I only have 7 HP.
This is why this.
So you are
You're
you are staggered. When y'all reach 0 hit points, you are staggered.
Yeah.
That's not the same as unconscious.
And I know Spellsy, but otherwise I would have just done nothing, and that's not fun. So I would have just stayed back and just watched you guys.
So the good news is you're not unconscious. The bad news is you're staggered.
Okay.
And staggered does different things. But that is all it can do this round, because it's all it's gonna do. And it is going to glory in its blood, I guess. I don't know. Pig victory.
Hey.
Revenge of the bacon. Let's see. Orange has been attacked by something else, but also you're right there. So 50 fit. It is going to go after the something else, because they are not intelligent. It got hit by my E. So it's going to go after the source of fuckery. And it has a 40-foot movement speed. So it's going to get right up in your girl. And attempt to do the same thing to you.
Is it charging or is it just rushing up?
It is just rushing up.
Okay.
Just straight up rushing up. That is a 16. Does that hit?
That, stand by.
I believe it does. I don't have your
Does
ACs.
not.
It does not. Okay. So you mentioned 8, huh?
It does not.
Because your AC is what, a 17?
My AC is currently a 17 because I'm not using my shield.
Gotcha. Okay. So it goes and it would hit you, but you see it charging and like having just seen Omni fall, you manage to kind of like, fuck, and pull just out of the way. And it is unhappy with that development. It's going to throw a little piggy tantrum.
No worries.
Saren, what would you like to do?
Let me do some math.
Okay.
So I feel like for me, is flying just the same as if I were to walk, move action wise? Like I have to. I don't know what pillars are me flying in combat wise are. Because I move farther flying than I do walking. So.
Does it specify what kind of flight you have? Like perfect, normal.
I think it's poor, probably.
Poor. Okay.
Yeah. Because my wings are made of waves.
Wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Poor maneuverability. Yeah.
I remember.
Oh gosh, dealing with flight. Okay.
Yeah. I just want to know now. I feel like this is the time to figure it out.
How does flying work in Pathfinder?
I don't know what I'm going to, but I want to know.
Okay, so as long as you move basically half your speed, pretty much in a straight line, you do not need to make a check or anything. You can just do that.
I didn't move half my speed.
Then you have to make a check, a fly check.
Because at the same point, it's the same as me walking, so it's like.
Yeah, but yeah, if you move, well, let me check. Without making a check, a flying creature can remain flying at the end of its turn, so long as it moves a distance greater than half its speed. Here we go. But basically, it's a straight line.
In that case, sorry, Ami. I'm close enough to this one that I think I'm just gonna hex it.
Hex away.
With what do I do? Evil Eye or Misfortune? Evil Eye or Misfortune? Yeah, I'll do Misfortune.
Okay.
So basically it has to make 2 rolls and take the worst roll on.
It's disadvantage.
Yeah, AC, attack, etc. Let me make the thing again so I can actually click it so you can see the details, but effort. It's just a standard action. And I think the save is 11 plus my intelligence thing is 4, so
15, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what it has to its will. I don't no, it fails but it fails that. And that's against orange, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and it basically is a disadvantage.
Yeah, so any AC attack roll, saving throw, or skill check, it has to roll twice.
Okie dokie.
Take worse.
So I'm gonna give it the, like, bleeding eye, because it's evil, like, hex. It makes me think evil eye. I'm just gonna go with that. And I'll mark it down. That.
Yeah, I have it, so.
O as misfortune. That's why I keep a notepad nearby. Okie dokie. That'll be the end of your turn, I believe. Okie dokie. Yellow pig is going to squeal and follow its companion. Because squee! And there's more things to hit, so it's going to attempt to do that. However, it can't do anything at range, so it's basically going to move up into Kana's grill with a double move. But that is all it can attain. Yes, squee. Kana! Would you like to hit the pig that has now approached you and said squack?
Hit the pig.
Hit the pig.
Hit the pig. Kana, you're muted.
I said, yes, finally, I actually can do something.
Beat the beat. Beat the... Wait. A 13, you say. A 13 will not hit.
Oh my god!
You go to hit it, and it just like sidesteps it just enough because past it's like you almost hit it. Like your spikes scratch it a little bit on the side, but not enough to cause damage. Sakura, what would you like to do? Unless Kana, you wanted to move or anything? Which I assume no? Okay. Sakura.
I'm gonna move here and attack with the pointy end.
Okie dokie.
22 with 6.
22 will definitely hit. And with 6 points, it is hurt pretty bad. It is bleeding quite profusely from the points at which it has been stuck. Okay. Maine.
18 to cast defensively, which succeeds.
Okay.
And then I will attempt a touch attack.
Okie dokie. So against its touch AC. Wow.
While this is going on, Ami is still standing, right?
Yes.
I'm
Ami
gonna
is staggered, so she's still up.
I'm gonna tell her to get behind me.
Okay. That is a free action, so that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Maine?
Miss with the touch attack,
Touch me.
but I still maintain hold of the spell.
Okay, so you don't lose it, but you didn't manage to hit it.
Yeah.
You try to slap the pig says no.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell a novella pig. No. Can't touch the mango. Ami, what would you like to do?
Okay, so if I do what she asked, that will provoke opportunity. If it gets behind her. All right.
Unless you 5-foot step. My apologies. He's correct. If you 5-foot step, which will take your movement, but if you 5-foot step, that would not provoke.
Okay, and
So
then
you could just
what?
do that.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about what was put in Discord then right now. Since it's a 5-foot
Right.
step.
Right, yeah, so that would not provoke.
And then can
the staggered condition, because I know that it's unfamiliar to several of you. You may take a single move action or standard action each round.
Do I still get a chance for swift action, or is that taken away?
You can still take free, swift, and immediate.
Okay, so I think I'm just double checking which one.
Yes,
Wait,
for
all she did was take a 5-foot step, right?
Yeah,
but that eats her move
because I'm staggered.
because she's staggered. She can either do a move or a standard, not both. Not both, nor can you take full round actions. You can still take free, swift, and immediate. And if you get non-lethal damage exactly equal to your current hit points, you're still staggered. It's the same thing either way. So.
But I don't think these pigs are going to be doing non-lethal.
Okay, so the swift action I can do. Mm-hmm. So this is just it's depending on what you can. So I hit last with my poison arm, or I keep saying poison, acidic arm.
Yeah.
Is that considered a spell since I created the acidic arm, or is it still only considered melee?
Psychics are fucking weird.
Yeah.
you have a little more experience with psychics than I do.
So say again?
Does her, since she last hit it with magic acid arm, right?
Is it considered a spell?
Or is it considered a bonus to her melee, which is what I think? But like I said, I know that...
Because what I want to do is Painful Reminder. And then so Painful Reminder is, as a swift action, you can cause an enemy to take 1d6 points of non-lethal damage if you dealt damage to that enemy within the spell since the start of your previous turn.
Right. I think that just counts basically as a bonus to your melee. But...
Second, I'm trying to track down what the ability says. Because she posted it when she made the attack.
Right.
Elemental assaults.
Yes.
Does it say SLA?
No.
It's a psychic. Or yeah, no, it's a. I got you. So let me check Suli's real quick. Elemental.
Supernaturals, no.
Okay.
Okay, so what can I do to not die then? Or is this nothing to do?
You're not gonna lose any hit points or anything while you're staggered. That's not how staggered works.
Okay.
It's not like bleeding out where like you would, continue to do so. You're just staggered, so you're still standing. You're just
You're kind of
barely.
like dazed and confused.
Yeah, you're dazed, but not mechanically. You're like in a Mortal Kombat game where they're just like.
Yeah. And since I'm behind, I can't. Oh yeah. I guess. Yeah, I can't do anything, so I just did. Since that's the only movement I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm behind Sakura.
Alrighty. Red Pig is mad because it's a fucking angry pig, and that's what they do. And so it's going to attempt to hit Sakura because, hi, you're right fucking in front of me in my face.
Yep. Does it still have to roll the save for the entanglement?
You are correct. At the end of its turn, it should have done that. My apologies. I'm going to re-roll because I'm not going to take. It's the exact same roll. And it is a DC 15. It does save.
Okay.
I rolled a 16 total. So, but, okay, so it will continue as my apologies, I keep forgetting. That is, so that is a 15 to hit.
Nope.
That does not hit you?
Nope.
So you just managed to, it's not entangled, but managed to kind of trip and stem a little, and so it just goes right past you.
I imagine I kind of step out of the way and kind of put like an arm trying to protect Ami as she moves.
All right. Orange Pig, with its -2 to things, is going to attempt to mess money up. So rolling twice. There's a nat 20 on the first roll. And a 19 on the second. So, 23 to hit you, which I'm going to wildly assume does.
Yeah.
And that is going to be
Okay.
a rough hit, 10 points of damage.
Conscious. And
Okay.
bleeding.
Mine goes down. Alrighty. Piggy victory. Fucking pigs, y'all. Who fucking knew?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Random encounters, yo. Alright. Saren, what would you like to do?
Well.
I mean, you helped. It wasn't a crit.
True.
If it was a crit, I'd be dead right now.
Yeah, that's true. Oops, sorry. I bumped my mute key.
And before I forget, I'm going to go ahead and roll for red because he can go at the end of this. Red does not win this time. Red is going to be entangled on its next turn.
I'm trying to think of what I have
That was my
actually does
entangled thing.
damage.
There we go. Entangled was the net.
To do damage. Yes. I think oh yeah, I'm still in range for that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think for Mr. Orange Friend, I'm going to cast Ear-Piercing Scream. Where did my... Oh my god, I keep zooming in when I'm trying to click my sheet, so I can't, like, click it. There we go. Yeah, I'll cast Ear-Piercing Scream on it.
Okay. Ear-piercing scrap.
Yeah.
DC 15 save. It is settled. That is It makes its save.
Okay, so for this, it says a successful save negates the daze effect and halves the
Right.
damage, so it's still
Yeah.
good.
So go ahead and roll your d6 plus 2, and then we'll half it.
I think it rolled for me.
Yes, 3. So,
So it'd be half. Just
so
like
we're,
two.
and because I love you guys, I'm going to round it up. And
I got
we're
around
gonna
that round.
say- we're going to say it's 2 damage to Orange Piggy. Alrighty. Still standing, but its legs are wobbly.
Quick question.
Yes.
With the entangle, they take 1 point of damage with each failed save. Is that red pig still up?
I think that only counts if it is thorns. Yeah, that's only with thorns. These are not thorny.
Oh, okay.
These are regular, like, essentially because where you guys are, these are just like grass roots.
Grass. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you guys were like in a jungle or roses or something like that, I would have mentioned thorns. That would be a different thing.
Okay.
Sorry, what? Because she brought that up.
Yeah.
When it attacked me, it basically like gourded me, right?
Yeah, Gordon.
Or my armor has spikes, so would that have caused damage to
No,
them?
because it's only for grapple. It's specifically in your armor description.
Oh.
It is only against grapples.
Okay.
Yeah. Good thinking, though. I know. But yeah, it's in the armor description that only counts for grapples.
We're just too creative. We found our
Yeah,
way out.
you guys are thinking good.
Hmm.
So, alright. Yellow Pig is going to attempt to hit Gamma because, hi, you just tried to smoosh me. Alright. 19 plus 4. Dare say that's gonna hit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to use the shitty dice too. You know what? Fuck, I'm gonna switch to the other dice because they're apparently doing shitty. Okay, so that is going to be 6 points of damage to you.
Okay.
That is all it can do. Kana, would you like to hit it back?
Yeah.
Do it. Smush the pig. That is gonna fuck it. You have confirmed the crit. So, yeah, oh god. That's 35 points of damage? Yeah. It's fucking outright you basically exploded a pig.
Nice, I love you, Tetsubo.
Yeah, it had 13
That's
points
what
left,
we
and
needed.
and you doubled, so you pretty much exploded a pig. You have fully tenderized your rations. How's that?
Oh yeah.
So you crack its skull, and literally, like, your Tetsubo just goes through its skull. It's like a watermelon. Would you like to do anything else? Such as move to another pig.
Does it look like Sakura's got that pig over there, or does she need help?
She appears to be okay. That pig is entangled. You can see the vines are all, like, around its legs and stuff.
Okay.
The one orange is on its last legs. You could probably sneeze at it hard enough and it would fall down.
I can get it.
Well,
But so can Saren, so, like, it's
Yeah.
up to you. It seems like either one would be a good choice.
yeah, she'll start heading the direction towards her sister. So I think I can only go 20 feet. Like right there. You know, well, I could technically. Yeah, I'll just start running there, walking
Okie dokie. Sakura, would you like to stabby the pig?
Yes, I would.
Feel free to stabby the pig.
The 17
You will
hit
stabby the pig.
with 4 damage.
It is now on its last legs as much as the other pig. Unhappy pigs.
I am going to take a 5-foot step back since it would have to try to escape to.
Yeah, since it's currently entangled.
Yeah.
Valid.
And
All right.
expose army.
Maybe.
I stabilize.
Good. I'm glad you have done so.
-2.
Okie dokie. Ami, you are still staggered. Would you like to back up further so you can be less exposed?
Sure. So.
And you can
that's all
move
I can-
regular. Yeah. You can do that or a standard, but not both. Is what's up.
I do not recommend the standard because you are at 0.
Okay, so yeah, I'll move there. This is mainly just for flavor to do it because I haven't done it yet.
Okay.
Technically, as a swift action, this is what I was looking at. I forgot it's in the front of my page.
Mhm.
As a swift as a psychic, amnesiac, I can try to spell recollect
Okay.
another spell that's at like level 1, and then if I roll well enough, I can cast it.
Okay.
So just to see if I'm able to do that, and let me double check. I'm still within range. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I'm still within range. Okay, so I roll a percentage. How do I write that in the thing?
I have no idea.
Is it just RD100?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
1D100. Okay. So 66. The amnesiac remembers and can cast the new spell. The spell I want to do is Unwitting Ally.
Okay.
To that pig, so that it's just confused and all that. To the red piggy, because it's within 25 feet still.
You realize you'll probably fall unconscious after this action, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading. It says, regardless of the result, the amnesiac expends an amnesia slot of the appropriate level of spell she is attempting to remember. She must cast the spell, remembered, if any, using the amnesia slot during the same round, or it is lost without effect.
How would I fall unconscious?
Basically, what we're looking at is technically that's another action.
Even though it's a swift action.
To remember, yeah, that's what we're looking at.
Okay.
Swift action, I think you'd get by on.
Yeah,
it's once per hour as a swift action. You can remember it.
I have to remember it and cast if possible.
Yeah, based off my reading, it sounds like the remembrance of it, you intrinsically do it, and that's still part of your swift.
Yeah,
that's how I'm going to rule it for right now, since we're running late. I will reread and look at some discussions, and we'll fix it later if it's a thing. But for right now, I'm going to
I was expecting to fail. So,
but looking at it right now, to me it reads as though that's part of your swift action, is just a special thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to run with it like that for now. So go ahead.
So,
and you cast Unwitting Ally, you said?
Yeah. The saving throw is will saving throw will negate it.
Okay, so let's find out if Piggy will or will not. It rolled a total of 14 to save. I don't know your DC.
I don't know either, because that always confuses me.
It's on it is on the spell page.
It is on the spell
It's
page.
probably the same as mine.
Yeah, it's what the DC is 10 plus level plus intelligence
modifier.
mod. I believe it is.
Yeah, I think so.
So 10 plus 1 is 11.
You just go to your main and look at your intelligence modifier. That'll be easier.
What's your intelligence modifier?
2. So my intelligence is 15. Modifier 2.
Is that your spell casting?
No, so 10. It's what we're saying is 10 plus level plus
12.
Intelligence mod. So 10 plus 1 is 11. 13. It has a 14 because it rolled a 13 on the dice, so it saved.
But is the intelligence mod the mod that you cast with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Psychics
Yeah,
cast. Psychics are intelligence.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I get what you're saying now. Yeah, so
they're
it's
one of
intelligence
the-
modifier.
Nevi, I know how you feel because you're not used to having an intelligence caster.
Yeah, bards would be charisma, psychics are intelligence, clerics I believe are wisdom.
It's just in D&D, most classes are done in charisma or wisdom. Not
Yeah,
really a lot of
but yeah, no.
What's
in this case,
interesting is I'm also a charisma-based psychic, so it's really weird once it gets leveled up.
So it does make the save.
Okay.
So it goes, no, fuck you. I did that. That boo-boo, I did that. And it remembers that you are not friends because it wouldn't do that to its friends.
Of course. Okay. And that's all I can do.
All right. Red Pig is going to attempt to break free because fuck this shit.
None of these are my friends.
It is a 19 on the die, so I dare say it makes it.
Yep.
So it does break free again. I think that's its.
Break free.
I think that's its standard. However, so all I can do is step forward. Orange. Orange, seeing its companion go down, is going to attempt to take down the thing that's moving, which is Kana.
Oh boy.
That is an 11 plus 4 is a 15 to hit.
Just on the dot.
Okay. We're going to roll the shittier damage die, however. So that is 5 points of damage.
Oh boy.
I rolled a 1. So there you go. Saren, what would you like to do?
Do I need to roll? No. Cool.
Sneeze on him.
That's what I'm wondering if I should.
Gold.
All of my skills are like debuffing, right? They're not.
Yeah, that's
Damaging.
what witches do.
Yeah.
At least
so,
lower levels.
Yeah, so I'm going to load my crossbow and
Do it.
try again.
Do it.
Oh my god, I lost. I'm sorry, I keep losing my.
It's okay.
There we go. Do I need to do the? This would be -1, so it'd be 16. Right? 'Cause it's into melee, right?
Yes. But, guess what?
It hits.
It hit! And
So
you did 6 points of piercing. And you know what that means?
Is it down?
Eh? Piggy is dying. Piggy is down, unconscious, and bleeding out. Not dead yet, but bleeding out.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Piggy down. Warning,
Great.
Piggy down.
Great.
Yellow has no hope of stabilizing, so we're just gonna move that from turn order. Piggy dead. Kana!
I'm gonna do the double tap and smack the piggy.
Smack that Piggy. So you're gonna Kudu Rod it.
Yep.
Full round action is fucking Kudu Rod. It's Kudu Rod, y'all. It's fucking
Okay.
Kudu
As long
Rod.
as you beat a 5, it's considered an
You
automatic.
beat a
critical
5
hit.
by 1. So pig a day.
Piggy is dead.
Pig day. Sakura, would you like to stabbity the piggity?
Yes.
Feel free to stabbity the piggity.
I have a bad feeling.
Oh my god!
Fuck!
You have
You
a bad
killed the
feeling?
piggy.
Stab piggy good.
What bad
This-
feeling is that?
You stabbed Piggy real good.
I got
it
the nat 20, but I also got a nat 1. I think that's what the bad feeling was.
So
Beautiful,
It's
though.
not outright dead, but it's down, it's bleeding, it mostly dead. There's
But
not a
if we
whole lot
had
of
the
twitching.
lucky duck, we could have turned that nat 1 into a 20.
And that's why we don't have the lucky duck.
Darn.
Because you have a witch.
Are we out of combat then?
You are out of combat. It is safe to assume that you guys are just gonna finish off the last pig.
So I
So is
could
mine
go,
actually unconscious?
I'm saying, can I go cure light wounds?
No, I still
is that not
survived you.
helpful? What is
Sorry,
the
what was that,
situation?
Cure
Can I, go,
wounds.
can I go cure wounds, or is that not helpful?
Oh, you can cure some wounds. That would be extremely helpful to multiple members of this party
We're
right
out of
now.
combat. I'm gonna go to my Eaton
Yes.
first.
Yes,
can
if
you
do
can
it
heal.
like
Actively
Disabled,
dying.
but my Eaton can also cure.
Please don't use cure.
Oh,
You don't know.
Yeah,
She doesn't know that.
yeah, she
Yeah.
know that.
She does not know that. So if that's
I
what you would
already
do, do it.
yeah. I wouldn't know any better.
Do you want to know how many
Go
hit points I have left after that piggy hit me?
At
1.
One. I have 1 hit point.
Wait. Oh man, I already committed that. If I saw my Eaton down, he's who I would go to first.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
and
totally
you
fine.
cast Cure on him.
'Cause you haven't
It does
given
not
me-
have the expected effect.
Yeah, I'm realizing that now, but you
He
didn't give
starts
me
bleeding more profusely.
I need you to roll that d8.
I don't want to.
But you gotta.
I don't want to.
Or you can let me roll it.
6.
6.
Oh God.
Did you just kill Maine? Maine, are you dead? Like dead
Yeah.
dead?
Mine,
You just killed Maine! You just killed Maine!
Not foreshadowing for me to not know better.
Well, we don't know the problem is we don't know the Pathfinder.
No, it's not that.
No, it's not a Pathfinder thing.
It's because he's
It's
undead.
specifically a
He's
Maine
really
issue.
special.
Yeah, it's specifically a Maine issue. It's
He
nothing to
can't-
do with y'all.
Yeah,
It is a risk he knew he was taking.
because he didn't tell us not to heal him.
Yeah, this
We
is
were
not
going
like
to
none of
find
y'all should
out,
feel
but
bad because this was a very special Maine thing. Husbando was aware this was a problem that he may run into quite quickly. So, you cast Cure into him,
Experience points
and
to killing him.
Maine takes one long rattling gasp and expires beneath your hands.
So is that where we're gonna end today?
That is where we're gonna end today.
You killed Maine.
Then there's
Well-
nothing that we can do.
Not until next session. We'll see you next week. Thanks for playing.
I'm sorry, oh God.
We'll be back next week with if there's any hope, or if Husbando's bringing in a new character.
Oh my God. I swear.
You said
I
6
didn't-
points, right?
Yeah. Was
Yeah.
that exact? Was that exact to kill you two?
Yeah.
Oh my God. It was like the fates wanted it.
It wanted Maine
I'm
to
sorry.
die.
Now I'm curious what I would have rolled if you had chosen to have me roll instead, because now I'm just curious.
I didn't know any better. Don't tell me. Just don't tell me.
I'm
It's
not
fine.
going to. I'm not going to.
I didn't know, Maine.
No, that was a risk Husbando took.
I know.
It has nothing to do with any of y'all.
It's just so
So-
funny. Like
Fucking
funny.
Fucking
in the
nobles and
most
their
bad
delicate
way.
constitutions.
Oh.
I had
But for
one
real.
bad roll, and then Pop-Tart does what Pop-Tart does with dice.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kingmaker's deadly, y'all. So,
So-
we love you all. We're sorry.
No
We're
problem.
really sorry. And we'll see you next week. Thanks for playing.